All right. Welcome to my stream today. How's everyone doing? Sorry for the delay. Um, just wanted to do a little bit of some video tests and stuff before we actually got started up. So, how about you all come and say hi in the chat while we're just getting started here today? Hi. Good, good, good. Hello. All right. So I hear some people are excited to talk NativeScript. I'm excited to talk NativeScript because other than like the metaframework side of things, it's probably the most requested thing for Solid. I'll talk maybe a bit about the SolidStart a bit later as well afterwards, but yeah, I just keep on hearing it's like, what about your native store? And most of the times people assume when you don't have a virtual DOM, you can't work on other platforms. And that isn't true in multiple ways. Obviously, there's projects like NativeScript, but even just custom renderers, something like Solid Native, the way that React Native works, would work with Solid's infrastructure. You know, if you don't use lowercase tags in Solid, we don't actually use any DOM APIs in your JSX. And with custom renderers, we can just change what those lowercase element calls are. So yeah, lots of options here. But the thing is, even with that, it's still a huge amount of work for someone to make something like React Native, and well beyond the scope. Like if making your own Svelte kit or Next.js or Remix is a huge amount of work, I can't picture what React Native is. A lot of people don't know this, but a large part of the teams that works on React at Meta or Facebook is actually on the native side. Like probably, I don't want to say more, but like they've had a large team working on it basically this whole time since the beginning, and they have incredible work done inside that hasn't even been exposed to the outside. So I mean, what chance does everyone else have? Well, hopefully the answer is some really good options, and that's why I'm excited to have guys from NativeScript here today to talk. Yeah, okay, here we go. Yeah. All right. Hi, a few more people have joined on the stream. Yeah. Yeah, let's go. I should yeah, I've used, it's funny, I actually have React Native experience. I used it years ago, and yeah, I know it's better now, but I spent a huge amount of time on performance, like getting like this was before they had like the native animation transitions. They were just bringing them in. It was around 2016 time period. But even so, like I was building infinite scroll grids, and I like really working on the batching and like mechanics. If like I don't know if they have this stuff anymore, but there used to be like all these like container pieces that you'd have to wrap stuff your data around so that you could use it effectively inside components, so that it could get, not unlike Solid's memoized for loop type updates, because just like blowing it away and re-rendering was not gonna, suffice here. Yeah, that's what I hear, but I don't know enough of the specifics. But maybe we can understand that better today. I don't know. All right, let me get on here and actually invite people to watch the stream on. Tell people we're live. God, why can't I even find anything anymore? Where's my profile? Okay, there we go. I should actually make sure my screen sharing works. I was so worried with my guests that I didn't even bother to check if it still works. It should still work, but it's funny sometimes. I do like a Mac OS update and then like bam, it's gone, and then it'll like force me to restart the whole stream. Well, luckily it didn't today. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Let's retweet this. Okay. No, quote live Twitch TV/Ryan Solid. All right. Let's. I probably should have done that sooner. Give the people on Twitch, their time to get past the Twitch pre-roll, so to speak. It always takes a few minutes for the people from Twitch to kind of come in. How are we doing on Twitch? Give me 2 seconds. Yeah, there's like 5 people sitting on Twitch now. YouTube's got going. Oh yeah, here we go. Twitch people coming in. Yeah, I mean, you can always skip those pre-rolls by subbing. You know, it is an option. I just put that out there. You know. No, the real reason we're late is I had to run and find my orange juice. And I couldn't find my orange juice in the fridge, so I was like running back right at 12, trying to find my orange juice. All right. How are we doing, everyone? All right. People are starting to come in now. Okay. So, I don't know. Just out of curiosity, people in the chat, are many of you familiar with NativeScript? Is this something you've used before, tried before? Definitely got to have the orange juice. All right, now we got... All right. Nope. Okay, so a lot of newcomers. I see. I saw NativeScript for the first time years ago. I thought it was really interesting. I was always thinking about like, okay, could I make an integration here? And it looked like I was like doing stuff with like HTML, but with like different tags and stuff. I imagine things have progressed or a little bit different than my old memory of it. So I mean, this is it. I actually know very little. So that's why I'm very excited to have my guests on the stream today, so that we can actually you know, get into the details a bit. All right. Although it looks like one of my guests is here, but I don't know what happened to the other guest. I think I lost one of my guests. I was figured we could, you know, probably get this thing started here in a moment. We'll give him a minute to join back on. I don't know what happened. One sec. I use NativeScript often. Cool. Right, capacitor. Yeah. 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 So some people have looked at it briefly. Some people have used it a smaller amount, and a bunch of people who don't even know what we're talking about today, right? What are you drinking? It's just literally orange juice with ice in it. Okay. Okay. I think our other guest is back. I'm trying to like wrangle these guys in. Like, I'm talking very loudly. They should be able to hear me and join on. They look like they've walked away from the computer. So, hopefully we can get this started here. You know what? I'm just gonna put them on the spot, and then when they come in, you know, it'll be all good. Okay. So, how about without any further ado, I introduce my guests today, which are Nathan Walker and Ammar Ahmed, who work on NativeScript. All right, how you doing?
Hey everyone, I'm doing great.
All right, yeah, Nathan's coming back. See, I knew if I put him on the screen, he would come back. This is all part of my strategy.
That's my guy.
Yeah. So
I had to grab some. I heard this was a juice-friendly show.
Yeah.
So my juice of choice is grape juice.
Nice. All right, so let's get started here. I guess to start off with, just for those who are less familiar with, how about you introduce yourselves and introduce NativeScript?
Go ahead, Ammar.
Okay, so I am Ammar, and I'm the co-founder of NodeSnook. NodeSnook is a end-to-end encrypted and private note-taking app that I work on. And in my free time, I spend most of my free time in open source with NativeScript, React Native, and all these technologies. And recently, I have been mostly spending my time with NativeScript and SolidJS.
Nice. Okay, that's exciting. Very cool. Nice to hear that. How about you, Nathan?
My name is Nathan Walker. I do happen to work a lot around NativeScript. Currently serving as the chair of the working group or technical steering committee. It's quite an eclectic group of folks. I've had the pleasure of working with Ammar and collaborating with him on several things, and it's been fascinating to work with him. So I feel as lucky as you all to be in the presence of Ammar today. And also, I think it's the first time I met you, Ryan. So huge honor to meet you. I also co-found InStudio, so we also do team augmentation, and we service support contracts for a lot of mobile development, but definitely a fair mix of all sorts of web and mobile projects.
Very cool. Okay. Yeah, so we got some good representation both on NativeScript side and also with the integration with NativeScript with Solid. So yeah, I mean, I want to hear a bit more about NativeScript itself. As I said, I looked at it actually pretty like a little bit more detailed, probably in I want to say 2018 time period and 19 time period. I haven't looked at it admittedly in the last 4 years, so I'm kind of new to it again. I actually just pulled up the website just now so that I could actually see it again here. But can you give me like a simple summary for what NativeScript is for someone who might not know?
I could probably take that one, Ammar. NativeScript's open source framework, it originated in a corporate environment, out of Telerik and Progress involved in a lot of investment into bring some of the technology forward. At that time period, 2019, I think it was end of 2019 going into 2020, right before the pandemic, it transitioned to community driven. So we helped establish an open governance model around it. The key part about it is that it really tries to unify the JavaScript language itself on the platform. So it's just embedded JavaScript on the platform. It's really probably the simplest way to understand it.
Okay. I guess, and this is just as someone who doesn't really know the difference between these things. What's the difference? Like some people mentioned in the chat that they've used things like Capacitor before. Some people mentioned they've used React Native before. Is NativeScript similar to those? Different? I know it'll run my JavaScript framework to build a mobile application, but how is it compared to those other types of solutions?
Ammar, you want to give that one a shot?
Yeah. So we can say that NativeScript is, if we compare NativeScript, Flutter, and React Native, so those are the main three players in this. So first, if we go with React Native, so React Native, the most basic difference is that in React Native there are like a clear separation between the native and the JS side. Okay. So if you want to create something, in the native, you have to cross a bridge or a boundary and go into the native side and then do all the work there in the native code and then return back. Okay. Whether it's rendering, whether it's like if you want to access some native API or anything, you can't do it directly in JavaScript. You have to go to the native side and do it there. Write Java, Objective-C, Swift, or Kotlin, etc.
Yeah, I've had some experience doing that. But okay.
Yeah, so, okay. Now, that's React Native. Now, the second is NativeScript. And if you look at NativeScript, in it, there is no bridge or boundary. Everything is in JavaScript. For example, if you want to access any native API, for example, you can take the example on the website. Okay, so if you want to access the battery level on iOS, we can just access the battery level directly from JavaScript. Similarly, if you want to access any native API, or if you want to render something, it all happens in JavaScript directly. We don't have to. You can say that we don't have to switch context. Okay, if in React Native you might have to for just to access the battery level here. This simple example. These are 2 to 3 lines for nativescript. But if you want to do the same in React Native, you might have to create a host in a native module, which is like a whole library to get the battery level here. But in case of nativescript, you can do that directly.
Okay.
The second major difference between React Native and nativescript that I think is primarily the most important is that in React Native there are 2 threads. Okay, one is the JavaScript thread where all your JavaScript code is running, and the other is the UI thread or the main thread where the platform is drawing your UI. Okay, but I compare that to nativescript. In nativescript, there is a single thread. Everything is running on the UI thread. Okay, there are benefits and pros and cons to both.
Right. Yeah. I'm just following that. Yeah. So it's like nativescript set out to wrap the specific platform APIs of the specific platform, like iOS or Android, like the actual, like the specific, like as you mentioned, the battery life thing, whereas like React Native tried to push as much under the native hood, so to speak, as possible. So it's like you interact with the React abstraction, and then hopefully someone's done the work to like do that native stuff under the hood, if I'm understanding correctly. Like instead of having this, set up where the bridge. So in React Native, the idea here is that like all the APIs are just at your fingertips in JavaScript with nativescript. So you can just like basically primarily think of it as a JavaScript application that happens to, access those device APIs the same way, the browser has like, device kind of APIs like open file or whatever.
You can almost think of it as merging the languages together. You're bringing Objective-C APIs into JavaScript. You're bringing Kotlin and Java APIs into JavaScript, and it's almost like a singular unified language at that point. You're basically coding a full platform application in JavaScript if you want. I think the key detail that is often easily confused is that somehow that's the only way. The way nativescript's made is you can use as much Objective-C, Swift, and Kotlin code as you want. You can do it in JavaScript or you can do it in Kotlin. The choice is sort of yours at any point, and you can deviate in between them in different scenarios.
Right. I just loaded that example from the Apple docs, and I'm seeing UI device.batterystate.unknown. Like I guess that's like a and like I'm seeing this UI device. Like I'm seeing the
Apple doc in
like,
JavaScript.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. That's really, and that's certainly why that example is there, because it's probably one of the more easy ones that comprehend fundamentally what's happening. Those objects are in the language when you're running anything against nativescript. And nativescript is just a framework that's running on the platform. So if you're familiar with iOS development, like an XC framework you've probably heard of before, nativescript is an XC framework. It's just sitting on the iOS application. And so your bundle is loaded into the engine and executed as if it was running inside a browser. V8 running inside Chrome, V8 is running on the device and running inside the nativescript engine.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I am seeing the differences React Native, and the reason I mentioned Capacitor earlier was like because that's like Cordova was the other side of things where people would basically take existing websites and then run them in a web view. This is different than that, right?
Yeah, so it gets easily confused out there, right? Because a web view is just one of many views on the platform. So when you talk about doing platform development, web view is like one of a fraction of what you can do on the platform, right? So NativeScript is really trying to give you the entire platform for your purposes at any time. So you can develop web view based applications in NativeScript if you want, but you can go further than that. And so it's meant to expose the raw platform to you in the language that
Right.
you prefer.
Yeah. No. Yeah. So that. Yeah. Then this is quite different because it's like, I don't want to quite put them on a sliding scale, but like the capacitor is very far or Cordova like very far on like the browser side of thing, and it sounds like React Native is very far in like trying to do as much stuff in native with the like this bridge thing, and it sounds like NativeScript is sort of somewhere in the middle where it's like, but it's not, that's not quite the best example because as you mentioned, NativeScript does give you this direct access to all the APIs, so it's not quite fair to put it like in between the two.
There was a great video, a stream a couple years back, and I have to find it again, but he did such a wonderful representation on a scale of like where they kind of reside. He put NativeScript much closer to the platform level, which is probably more accurate because when you're working with it, you can reference the Apple docs. You can have the Kotlin docs up. You can have Java docs and Android docs up. Like you can reference that stuff directly as you're working in JavaScript. And so that right there is sort of fundamentally
right. I see.
Yeah.
Because in a sense, React Native isn't using like web view, but it's like they built their own web view. Like it almost is like a conceptual thing. Like instead of using the pre-built web view, they built their own wrapper thing where you live in JavaScript and then try and interact with it. Whereas NativeScript, you're right, like tries to go a level lower where it's like we're gonna expose the APIs. React's like we're gonna expose a container that is customized for our purposes, and then Capacitor's like we're gonna just use the web view. So it's like 1, 2, 3. Okay.
This is probably where Ammar, I think, can speak more on Solid and some of the things around DOM. This is probably where the conversation gets a bit more interesting because this aspect of the view layer is one of the more fascinating aspects, I think, in this topic, like in general. I think all languages are, striving for a singular primitive. I mean, the web ultimately is celebrated with its singular primitives. You run it anywhere, you have these singular primitive things, like the div or an image tag, or as we were just talking in the Solid chat yesterday, this model tag that was just introduced in Safari HTML, which represents a 3D object, like on Vision Pro, right? That's a singular like primitive, and
yeah. Sorry, like I know this is just a tangent, but you mentioned I've been thinking, very much in my mind, okay, iOS, Android, here's my Android phone right here, and these devices, but I guess I should be thinking wider of it. Again, it's because mostly I developed an application for people doing photo sharing, like a social media app on React Native, so I'm like thinking like in that zone. But when we talk about native here and the targets, we're talking about smartwatches, televisions, AR devices, VR. Like we're talking, there's a much wider range than just phones, right?
Yeah, you can run it anywhere. A lot of people do ask, well, where's the sample repo on Mac? And there's been some in the past. The only reason we probably don't have it out front is because we want it to be probably in a certain place for someone to kind of pull it down and have the full aspect of core there. And this is probably relative to the conversation is core is a JavaScript library that is in the NativeScript like universe, if you will. Core is the singular primitive layer that provides a singular primitive to something on the platform. And that's akin to div for example, or the
Right.
image tag or the A tag. And so core is providing that on the layer of NativeScript, so you can represent that and work with sort of a singular view markup and have that represent the true nature of the platform.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So this is what I saw. Like I opened up the what is NativeScript thing, and then they're telling about iOS, Android, Vision Pro, some other stuff. And I was like, oh, this goes a little bit further. Android TV, but there's this core, and in terms of, like there's some different philosophies here, right? There's like the write once, run anywhere versus like what the learn once, run anywhere. I forget but you know what I mean. Like there's some like the different levels of abstraction where some are trying to like basically come up with one abstraction that works for everything versus one mentality or that. And what I saw earlier was clearly an iOS API. How does NativeScript approach this? Is it just like you're building an Android app, you're building an iOS app? Like,
yeah, actually click on the GitHub link top right, and this will, rather than just talk about it, we'll just look at it. Click on packages here. So this is the core repo, and then go into core right there. There's a breakdown of things that are here. We could look at any one of these, but maybe let's take a look in the UI layer. I think the UI layer is probably the most interesting. There's a folder called UI.
Yeah.
And inside here, let's see, what could we look at? Maybe, let's look at the date picker maybe.
Everyone loves those.
Everyone loves the date picker. Maybe click on iOS file.
Yeah,
you can click on either or. And so
yeah, I'm already seeing the extensions.
Yeah, so that aspect of NativeScript is more meant to allow the bundling to extract and leave you with only platform-specific bundled code. And so sort of what inherently is built into the system and everything around in the way that you interact with NativeScript is that you only end up bundling code that's relevant for that platform. And so those extensions are used when it's bundled. It actually would, exclude and completely leave out Android files. You would end up with only iOS files if you're running for iOS. But yeah, UI date picker right there. So like that line you just passed, like this is a great example. This is an ESM class, right? Export class date picker. That is the JavaScript primitive. If we go to the Android file, you'll see that exact same ESM symbol exported.
Right. Yeah. And we basically create the class that acts as like a wrapper, because this is what I was trying to figure out where this one UI date picker was coming from. Native view protected UI date picker, because this is the instance that's actually getting created, I'm gathering.
That's right. There's a singular API on creating all native classes that was sort of established 2016 maybe. In the early years, like 2014, they didn't have like a fully established API around that. And then there was sort of some work done to create sort of just a standard like 3-level process, which is create native view. So any ESM class can have a create native view function. That function will always return a native class. There's init native view, and that can be any initial, that's right below there. That basically initializes anything that needs to set up that native view. And then there's dispose native view. And that's for any cleanup when the component's destroyed.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
That applies to everything.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I was kind of trying to see where the bridge happens. Like, here's the equivalent of what we saw in the other one.
You can copy those lines 65 Android widget date picker, copy that to a clipboard and paste it in a Google search, and let's take a look at that.
Right, because you're saying that this will give me the Android API. Like this is the direct mirror of the Android date picker.
Yeah.
Class.
So everything in this doc is relevant to you as a NativeScript developer.
Okay. Yeah.
So you can core tries to take probably the most simplistic approach in saying, here's all the base level stuff to deal with these primitives. And then you can either deal with them as is from core, or you can grab a loaded event, which will emit once the native view is created, and it'll hand you an instance of this. So you can dip into it and go further. You can dip
Yeah.
into this API and do more as you wish.
That's nice. Yeah, I mean, my experience with React Native, and I can understand there mentions of some of the trade-offs earlier, and you could see a benefit. The more stuff you keep in theory on the native side, hopefully, I mean, again, I don't know if this is true, but hopefully the serialization is minimized. Like you only have to pass so much through, and then they can spend its time doing all the work on the native side. So the performance should be good in theory, at least, if with something like the React model. But the problem was like, we were a bunch of JavaScript developers building a mobile app that did image processing. And like there was no escaping writing Objective-C and Java, like the Kotlin or whatever, like these modules. And like, you know, as it turned out, one of our developers, one of the more senior guys on our team, this is a startup, small resources, he spent the time to learn how to do this because we needed it, right? He was kind of the R&D guy. Like he made sure like, you know, I managed more of the people, and he was the guy who made sure like that the technology was there. I made sure that the product got released, and he did the work, and I understood it enough to know what's going on. But then, you know, he left, and then for the next like 2 years, I was like going in and like, okay, how's my Objective-C today? You know, like doing this stuff. It seems amazing that I could just go in JavaScript and have these APIs. Like obviously I got familiar enough that I could read the docs, obviously, of these you know, developer SDKs, but it's a whole other thing when you're like, you know, trying to introspect what's going on or whatnot, and you know dealing with the bridge. I'm just, obviously I'm not just to complain about React Native, but this is definitely would be a very different development experience.
Yeah, I was gonna probably on that point, like development wise, I think the hard thing with developers typically don't have too much of an issue learning languages, but when you're working on a development that's in one language, context switching between languages is really tough. And I think that's the thing. It's not so much that like there's any problem with doing Swift or Kotlin, but when you are building a Solid app, you are building a JavaScript app. And so you'd like to stay in JavaScript the best you can, but yet not be limited to JavaScript. That's sort of what nativescript is trying to give you. Do a solid development and have the access to the platform in as much of a transparent way as you can from the language, so you're not having to semantically shift your mental model. That's fundamentally, yeah.
Right. Yeah, and that makes a difference. I mean, I'm. Yeah, I do. No, I guess there's probably less opportunities there. I was trying to make a comparison with this. Like, I would say almost a huge amount, like a huge amount of the effort on the website for like the last decade has been fighting performance to keep a single programming model between client and server. Like that's like my summary of the last like 10 years of web development, because like we could do more optimal things if we like did different stuff on the server and the client and the JavaScript, you know, but on like a full stack dev as it is today, it's nice that you can like write your application as like one Solid or Svelte or React app and have it work on both sides. Like the fact that you want to server render anything doesn't mean you have to go change all your code and like switch and like be like, now I'm doing this, you know, again. So yeah, I can see a huge amount of value. The difference, I guess, in the web comparison in my head was that we can actually optimize because we run it on the server to actually change what happens in the client. So there's actually huge advantages to making it the same code, but maybe not quite the same, like from a technical performance standpoint. But I think the DX win is clear here.
Yeah, I don't want to overspeak Ammar there too. Ammar, I don't know, on those points we're sort of touching on, anything you want to fill in there? We're talking slow enough, which is good. Afraid we might talk too fast, but this is good.
I think nativescript, by, you know, it's not just about switching context. That's one of the main reasons, but you will see that whenever you switch context to a different language, you need a whole build system for that specific language and all the tooling, everything. And you need all that set up into the same system. For example, if we talk about iOS and Android, so if I want this if I want to create any component, for example, if I want to have a date picker in NativeScript and a date picker in React Native. So in React Native, I have to write Java or Kotlin, Swift or Objective-C. And not just that, but I also have to understand how I am going to work with the platform, how I'm going to build, for example, on iOS, I have to learn how the pods work, how Xcode works, and how I have to build the app, all these things. I have to learn all this stuff just to access battery level, check to how much battery.
So are you saying that I don't have to dig into info.plist? No?
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, yeah. And similarly on Android, it's even more work on Android. There's like lots of other files that you have to know. You have to learn how Gradle works and all this. And it's just a lot of engineering to get to a point where you can say that NativeScript is already there by default. You just open your NativeScript project and start writing JavaScript code, and it just gives you everything you need right there in JavaScript.
Yeah, because I'm just looking here. It looks like there's like a NativeScript config and then a Webpack. So like building this up is a matter of a Webpack plugin basically and a config file. Am I understanding this?
Yes, basically, yes.
Okay. That's okay. Yeah, I mean that keeps things straightforward for people already familiar in the JavaScript world of things.
It's maybe a good segue to look at actual demo and sort of slowly walk through it. Because, I think, obviously, let's look at some solid code, right? We've been looking at a lot of NativeScript. Let's look at solid code, and let's sort of walk from familiar territory outward.
Okay. Yeah, I like that.
And let's go slow. Let me see. I was going to mention one thing. We talk about threading. I think threading's talked a lot about around JavaScript. And for years, I think there's always been this fear of, locking the UI thread, in JavaScript, and no way can you jam more things in the UI thread, no way. I think the key detail with platform development is you have to understand that when you're interacting with a platform language like Swift or Kotlin, and you're dealing with the view, all view is rendered on the UI thread. And so platforms often enforce you to create and render things on the UI thread. That's how they're fundamentally designed. And so if you're going to make JavaScript do the same, why would you split the threading model? The platform is fundamentally designed to interact with the view layer on the UI thread. Now, the other part of that is that in saying that, it's often left out that you can, because you're given the platform in JavaScript, you can also multi-thread in NativeScript, and you can do that in a broad number of ways. You can do that with sort of workers that follows a general web worker model. You can also use the platform API to thread. So NativeScript is certainly multi-threaded, and we wouldn't be able to work with it if it weren't.
Okay. Yeah, that's good detail. Yeah, they came up very early on when we were talking about the differences, but the clarification helps because basically, as you said, you have access to the native APIs, so you can always just do threads, I guess, that way, and then support for workers. Interesting. Yeah. I'm not sure what kind of use cases. I guess the use cases there are similar to the use cases you'd have for workers on the web, right? Like if you have these very heavy processes. I imagine a lot of those things might already be abstracted off just from the APIs themselves. Like I don't know, like if you call an image processing API natively, would its first think would be to offload that on processing on another thread? I'm not sure. I just
You're absolutely assuming all that correct. I think workers and multi-threading is used just as you would use it on the web. Anything in a Solid app that you feel like you need to put on a worker, you probably want to put it on a worker in nativescript too. So I don't know if you can see the screen. Is it
let me share that now. Sorry, I was just laughing because I saw this line, "Please don't run VDOM on a UI thread," and I was like, what's going on here? It was a lot. You know how much the virtual DOM, non-virtual DOM stuff has been a conversation, at least on the Solid side, because we don't use a virtual DOM. I'm actually kind of interested how that applies to native development, because before you guys joined the stream, I kept getting comments in where people were trying to tell me that stuff like this. Oh, what do you know? It's our same friend. So I'm interested a little bit about just I don't know if you guys have an opinion or if there's any truth to this, but is there advantages to using different models with rendering in native? Like basically, I was never sure about native because when I designed Solid, I designed it for the DOM in mind. It's a retained mode API. You're not like 3D engine, like I'm just re-rendering this, like FPS rendering the screen thing. The DOM sits there. So to pretend that it doesn't sit there is instantly a de-optimization. Like it's like you're building a layer so that you can pretend like you're throwing away something that doesn't get thrown away. So it like, in a sense, Solid is lower level than frameworks like React because the reactivity directly interacts with whatever you're doing. Like say it's the DOM, and it stays there in a retained mode sense. It's doing mutation, which is like considerably faster in that. But I don't know enough about native like engines in behind the scenes to know if there's an advantage there, if they have the same kind of persistence, or if we're just adding if the screen gets thrown away all the time, we're just adding an extra layer to pretend like we aren't, like the opposite. So yeah, I don't know. This is just a random thought that got me wondering, is there any advantage to using frameworks that do these kind of fine-grained updates compared to other approaches for working with nativescript?
Ammar, what do you think?
I didn't fully understand your question. Like, yeah.
How do I rephrase this? Like the DOM is something that is persistent. Like you mutate it, you don't like throw it away and re-render. Like if in a 3D game, like usually you have these models, but generally when you go to render things, you kind of like build the scene and you render it, and then like every frame you basically throw it away and start over again. Whereas the DOM is not like that. You have something that's sitting there that you just change here, change here, change here. So when I built Solid, I optimized for like change here, change here, change here, rather than like something that would be re-rendered all the time. And I'm kind of wondering if nativescript benefits from that, or is that like, doesn't matter? Maybe nativescript's interacting at a lower level that it doesn't even really care, because like a VDOM diffs. So maybe what nativescript gets in the end is just the small here, here, here anyways.
Go ahead, Ammar, if you had something.
It does. I think it does benefit from that. It does benefit from fine-grained reactivity, because if, for example, if we don't have fine-grained reactivity, and the whole view or component re-renders, then the underlying node of the view might also change, and the props that that don't need to be that haven't changed, or values that haven't changed, or effects that don't need to be run will run, and it's obviously going to make things relatively slower compared to fine-grained reactivity, where if a single value changes, then it just affects single view prop or anything in the native view.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Someone's asked, are you asking a solid native script is faster than Angular native script, Vue native script? I might be indirectly asking that, but we probably would actually have to test it. I wonder how much the overhead of native script is in the JavaScript layer versus the native layer. But I mean, it would depend on the application, I think.
It does. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, always in the same mentality holds when you're working with JavaScript. I mean, you're always trying to execute as little JavaScript as you can, even on the web, right? So you're always trying to kind of do a lot with a little. And I think that's probably the advantage you have with native script, because you don't have to do a lot to get at the APIs you need to do the job. You're not having to create a lot of ceremony around those. And so you can often write a lot less to do something. I brought up this example of UI collection diffable data source because it's an example of like something on the platform that does do like a diffing mechanism, and this is really a data source that's bound to a list, a collection list. You think of virtual lists in the DOM, and recyclable rows, same concept in iOS. UI collection view diffable data source takes IDs, and it'll do a diff on the unique identifiers to those IDs, and basically do a diff with the view, and so there's similar mechanisms at play on native platform view layer, as you can. And
Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I mean, the only thing on the side is people have been asking for a diffable thing on the DOM side for ages, and we don't actually have it. So it's kind of interesting. But yeah, I mean, that's where the details start mattering, because I had Greg from a framework called Leptos, who built he built something very similar to Solid in Rust and WebAssembly, and for him, serialization cost was one of the things that had actually slowed down a lot of the previous approaches to trying to do WebAssembly. Ones that were more like React, what they were they were trying to, like, what they were serializing and sending across was a lot more. Just, I guess, the way they were implemented, and that was actually like a part of the slowdown. And he managed to take the signals and actually make considerable performance improvements to the point that his Rust WebAssembly framework is now faster than all the popular frameworks except Solid. So, like, yeah, that's why I was just kind of thinking about these lines, because like there's usually a trade-off between not just the overhead of the JavaScript cost, but also the cost of what needs to get serialized over the wire and where it happens. Anyways.
No, great point. And that's a great, actually, last point to conclude on before we look at this solid code, which is it's relevant to threading. I think the serialization and the way that NativeScript work relies on the engine being optimized to the point of which the marshalling is nil, right? And so what NativeScript's focus on performance-wise is making the marshalling as fast as humanly possible, or technically possible. The faster that is, the more one-to-one with native speed you'll get. So yeah, that's an important detail. And there are a lot of details we could dig into on, there's a lot of approaches there. Let's look at Solid. So this is probably something that's close to your heart, SolidStart. And it's a fantastic way to get up and going with Solid. This component in the center, this click component wired up to signals. We've got two routes here moving around. We want to take this and venture out beyond the browser with this. And so ultimately, what we're talking about is, let's take that same setup and let's run it here. And then let's take the same setup and let's run it here. And then let's take the same setup and run it in a completely foreign and unreleased setup and run it here. So the thing about this is that what we want to be able to do, I think ideally, I think fundamentally what developers want to do, you want to work in Solid. And so you want to take every aspect of Solid that you're working on and not be hindered or somehow obscured in the environment in which you're running it. And so when you run it on iOS, you don't want to be running something inside of iOS. You want to be running one-to-one with iOS, right? Are you developing for iOS or you're developing for something else? And so over here, if I tap this, we can actually select this and see this is actually a UI button. This is solid, but it's rendered as a UI button. And of course, UI button is in the Apple docs here. So everything about the way that that button behaves is one-to-one with the platform.
Right.
That's the same on Android. This is an Android widget button that you can look up in Android docs. But we can go down the line and look at what each of these are. This is a UI button label that's actually an API inside of UI button itself. This is a TNS label, which is actually just an Objective-C class inside of NativeScript core that brings some functions together to make it simpler to modify stylistic attributes. Really lightweight, and honestly, I'd argue it doesn't need to be there. Maybe in the future it'll be removed, but that's a UI label. You know, same thing. These are all things that are part of UI kit on iOS. And then down here, the image itself is a UI image view. You know, so that's something else we can pull up here. All these things are browsable. This whole API that is in this doc is available to you. So you can grab the loaded instance off of this solid primitive, this image primitive, and you can grab the reference and tap into anything that's documented here.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
We can move this around inside of this, and we can view the hierarchy.
What? Sorry, is this a visual editor I'm looking at? What's going on here?
I actually moved the label literally off of the button. So this is a neat iOS tool. You can view the view hierarchy here. So, you know, this is like looking at the DOM element tree in the browser, but we're looking at a solid application rendered through NativeScript. So we're looking at UI views, which actually are part of UI kit on I spelled it wrong. It's part of UI kit as well. So UI view, you know, these are all things that are one-to-one with the platform.
Yeah.
Let me get out of this here. This is a tool called Flex. Flex is just I think it's been around for years and years. I don't even know how much it's maintained. It's just a really nice, like, visual introspective tool for iOS. But let's go back to the furthest out from where we started. So we started here in the browser. We're looking at iOS. We're looking at Android. The thing that's unique about these two experiences, actually, let me move that back down because I did want to have it animate. So if we click on this.
Yeah, you have a different router. I mean, that was the first thing I was thinking about, because you're going to use a stack-based router instead of a, what do you call it, the typical nested onion router. I don't know if it has a name.
No, that's something I would love for Ammar to speak to a little bit. I know that's what we'll touch on a little bit here. So what's happening when we route here is that this route is actually tapping into a UI navigation controller, which of course is also in UI kit. If I spell this right. Yeah, there it is. So when we navigate here, we're actually in a UI navigation controller, which is precisely the element the platform intends you to navigate with, which means you can tap into everything that the platform intends you to use when you navigate, which is transition coordinators. And that's where you get these, shared transitions. These are fragment transitions in the Android docs, So we get that sort of for free. Core provides a high-level sort of primitive API to deal with it, but if you peer under the hood, it's using everything that's in here.
Okay, nice.
Let me go.
There's been some requests. People are like, "What's that Vision Pro thing that you showed for a moment? Is that?"
So let's go back there. So if we look at the furthest out from where we started, the browser, right? And this is probably I think the biggest fundamental point, which is we don't want to wait to develop our solid app somewhere that we are not in control of, right? Because ultimately you're the developer, you're on the hook to get the job done, right? So when you have access to the platform as it is one-to-one and you are not walled off from it, you can go there without waiting. And so, Vision is not released yet. This is not going to be released until probably January, February next year. But the reason we can interact with this is because NativeScript is the platform API. So we're just interacting with all the APIs that are available there on Vision OS. And if I move around here, so I'm going to zoom in. We'll take a look at this component, which is a solid counter component. We're going to look at these components in a sec. This is TSX, in a solid setup. We're navigating the same way that we did there. But what's neat is you can see, unlike iOS, Android, and unlike what we're looking at on the web, we can progressively enhance features that are only available on that platform. For example, if we back out, we can interact with, let's see if we get out of here now. Oh, yeah, made it real big. We can interact with 3D objects here. So
you have a 3D solid logo. That is very cool.
We can also auto spin it. Let's give it a little rotation.
This makes me think. This is funny because if you've ever seen Create React app and like the Solid did kind of clone of our, where it spins, flat on the screen into. This is like the next version of it. Now it spins out of the screen.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, this is a new realm. We haven't experienced this, I don't think, as a mass culture yet. I mean, a lot of people have the 3D goggles over the years, but I don't know how proliferated it is, and who knows if Vision Pro brings it more in full. But certainly, it's a platform that you can do some neat things with. And yeah, this is not a perfect 3D representation of Solid, so please spare us here. But the neat thing is this was actually provided by the NativeScript community. Honestly, Dylan and Sean, huge thanks to building this because it was really cool. I think they just pulled it together in Blender. And, Vision Pro is interacting with 3D stuff that's been around for years too. This is giving you a way to where you can develop with, APIs that are probably a bit more approachable than they were in the years past. But that's the point of all this, is that we want to take the Solid app where we started and literally at SolidStart, and we want to be able to just keep growing with Solid into realms that we can't do like just typically right away. That's fundamentally it.
That is very cool. Honestly, I've obviously seen I've seen 3D demos with Solid because we have Solid 3. But it's a whole other thing now to see this with like the Vision Pro and stuff. This is just, I haven't seen anything like this yet. That's really cool.
The June solstice and the December solstice. Yeah. Anyway, what's kind of neat between these two models is they're tied to the same rotation componentry that I have hooked up in here. So they're actually controlling each other.
Yeah, no, this is interesting, right? Because, what we do with hardware and devices and wearables and whatnot is it's just going to continue to, it's one of those areas that is continuing to expand. So this is really cool to just like get there at the ground floor,
Let's look at the code for this. So I think where we'll start is maybe the click component, because it may illustrate, and Ammar, I'll let you sort of take this in the DOM discussion direction, because I think this is the more interesting debate that has been, I think, around NativeScript for a long time. There are a lot of dot processes around it, and it is at times a difficult decision to make on what you could do. I mean, the reality is anything is possible in this scope. So let's look at the counter component. The app itself is using this solid component. It's a TSX file. If we take a look at it, we can see we are exporting the counter function and something everyone is probably familiar with. Just a component that has the signal set up, and that's the counter. This is what's being rendered on everything we just looked at, with no further change other than a small touch on the way we interact with the event. Because the fundamental difference on the web DOM, and this is where the conversation gets interesting, and we may need to pull out a little bit of this, but there's a click that's in the DOM naturally right through DOM set up with mouse events. Yeah. Well, generally on mobile devices, you deal with taps. And it's such a simplistic example to talk about because it illustrates the fundamental thing you really want to deal with. And there's a lot of ways to deal with it. Inside of this setup, the way it is dealt with is that this button is a component itself, and there's two ways to do this. Option B would be we can actually wire up a tap and the click, and we allow it to be naturally the button that's going to be rendered there. On the web, the click would register naturally in the DOM. Yeah. The tap would render naturally on iOS, Android, and Vision OS. This is pretty simple, but the problem here is that typically TypeScript, when you compile it through TypeScript, you might get complaints that those types aren't, inherently natural to the DOM. On TEP is probably not naturally in JSX for that particular element. And so maybe you don't want those warnings, and so another way to do that is you can actually come down here and we can detect whether we're running in nativescript, and we can show just a button that's tapped when we're in nativescript and a button that's clicked when we're in the web DOM.
Okay, so and the button component that is getting passed, is that a normal DOM element?
It is.
Okay. Oh, okay. So you guys are leveraging. Okay, that's interesting. Sorry, I noticed the tiniest thing. It's not even that important, but now I see what's going on. I guess it still works. It's all cool. Because we use class instead of class name, which is it doesn't actually matter.
No, that's a huge detail, right? And it's one I want Ammar to talk about because this more comes down to type augmentation than anything. And this is the aspect of it where really there's a huge opportunity for communities to be involved and get into the bonfire on these things, because there is a lot of potential always here. I mean, I'll preface, and Ammar, let me give this to you, because let's talk about the DOM a little bit, talk about the type augmentation, talk about the solid, what's making solid run in iOS and Android, which is...
Yeah, because one of the things that I didn't actually... I guess because there has to be the DOM. Sorry, I'm just going to... Before you give the real answer, I'm just going to speculate a thing. One of the things that's interesting about Solid that was different than some of the predecessors that did these kind of things is like we don't use create element calls generally. We use clone nodes. So like I was never... This was one of the things that I was like never sure that like I could do with like nativescript when I looked at it. I was like, can I clone nodes, or like would I have to use the universal renderer and have set up like specific components that look like native elements or whatnot? Okay, that's my prefix. You can go and actually tell me the real answer.
Well, yeah, Ammar, you want to take it from there?
Okay, so the button we talked about in nativescript and in on web. So on web, a button is a DOM element or an HTML element, to be more specific. And in nativescript, the button is a native element, you can say native view basically. And yeah, there are some small differences. I think the uh, the prop you mentioned, class, and the difference between class and class name. I think class also works with using DOMiNATIVE, but the problem here is mainly that the libdom.d.ts file, the types that are DOM types that are intrinsically available in global are based on HTML, and they have all the HTML elements by default, like button, video, audio, div, etc., etc. And we are kind of integrating into that same system with our native buttons, our native element, or views. So
Yeah, I guess the detail here. You mentioned something. Was it Dominator? Is there a
DOMiNATIVE.
yeah? What is Dominator?
Okay.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, because the truth, I kept on hearing about this stuff from this person here. That's actually
Yeah.
what tipped me off on this originally. Yeah.
Yes.
So
She is the creator of DOMiNATIVE.
okay, and this is, yeah. I'm gonna actually throw a link to that in the.
We have to mention Yukino Song is a brilliant software engineer. She engineered this, and it really is what has enabled Solid in NativeScript. There's other uses for it, but that is certainly she is to thank for that being made possible. The interesting thing about DOMiNATIVE is that you could use it to render any framework in NativeScript. So historically, over the years, you could bring in different aspects of what DOMiNATIVE is doing in other flavors, like Angular, Vue, and Svelte. You can bring them in a similar way. DOMiNATIVE almost creates a more general approach that could be applied to bring in all flavors, and that would actually remove the need to have any other DOM layer to do any JS framework with.
Right. Yeah. I think I got my
Yeah, because-
answer here in terms of using a very simple universal render, probably similar to what I built actually on the stream. One of my previous streams, I used our universal render to make a basically pass through to a DOM API. I could see how if you didn't support certain features, you could make a universal renderer that would go to a basically what, like this kind of DOM API that I'm looking at here. Okay, cool, very, very cool. Yeah. So this is used by Solid. Is this used like by Svelte as well? And this Vue? Yeah, I'm actually like scrolling down here.
Not yet, but there is a lot of talk to do so. Yeah, that is. I could see it likely to happen maybe in the next year. I think and Ammar, maybe you can speak to that. I think the DOMiNATIVE, there may be a couple other things that needs to be done, either typing wise, or maybe some adaptations in core. Core has sort of an intrinsic relationship with any DOM layer. The reason, yeah, that's sort of the fundamental thing. You can do NativeScript without core. And that's something that really wasn't talked about a lot in the past.
Yeah, and I can see actually. Sorry, I said Svelte. Svelte would be harder than the others. Vue and Solid and React all have universal renderers, so they're set up for this. Svelte, you need like a custom compiler, but I think once you did that, then you could probably, and actually with Svelte changing to Svelte 5 to be more similar to Solid. Yeah, I'd almost like just hold out. Like I think in a couple months, the way Svelte works is going to be completely different anyways. But I think it opens up the possibility to make this easier. So, okay, just sorry, this is me speaking out loud. I'm all good.
Ammar, what is it with DOMiNATIVE? If we were to use it for every single flavor right now, what would stop us from using DOMiNATIVE?
I think it's just about making the switch. I think DOMiNATIVE is really amazing because it just provides you everything you would expect from DOM. From a DOM. Everything you would expect from DOM. For example, it in a way it gives you sort of a browser, you could say, where you can run a Svelte app or a SolidJS app or a React or a Vue or an Angular app, and it gives you the basic framework you need to run. I hope you got my point. Yeah.
Yeah, no, this seems like very cool technology. Yeah, that's interesting. I always wonder about like the cost of these kind of layers, but like I think because this is what you're trying to get out of it, it makes sense. Like for example, like when you server-side render stuff, you only render stuff once and never updates. So like a DOM representation is overkill, so you don't want to bring JS DOM onto your server. But this is the application environment. This is handling the updates. This is providing that interface. The fact that you can just like write basically solid code and it just works is incredible here.
Actually, DOMiNATIVE is based on UNDOM, UNDOM by J.S. Miller. And
right.
It's the great thing about DOMiNATIVE here is, or why is it able to do this? Because in NativeScript history, you see that before DOMiNATIVE, nobody has properly tried to do this, to like write a single DOM that just works with every framework or every JavaScript framework out there. Obviously, right now, Vue, Svelte, Angular all have some sort of DOM underneath in NativeScript, which they use to interact, and they keep it really, really simple and small. So because obviously the more JavaScript you add, the more JavaScript is there. There is this general assumption that if there is more JavaScript, it's going to lead to a slower app. For example, many people in our community have said that they want the DOM layer to be native in C++ or in some other layer. And DOMiNATIVE is great because it is in JavaScript. It is simple enough, fast enough to actually be a great viable option to be used in production. For example, right now with SolidJS, it works really, really well and almost as good, and sometimes in some cases even better than other frameworks that are using a dedicated stripped down DOM.
Nice. Right. Yeah. Because you got to put it on the comparison of what we're talking about here. Like, I imagine that this is much less overhead than say firing up the web view and getting it to do that thing. This is still much like a more direct path to it, and if it's a minimal DOM representation that's highly performant, then like I mean the cost of that layer is not gonna shift things compared to other stuff, especially like if you think about the fact that like if they're using like virtual DOMs and diffing, and we're not doing that, so like this is almost a pass through at that point. So
with NativeScript, we know that we are sitting on the fastest JavaScript engine in the world, which is V8. And one of the things that make NativeScript, you can say that is the main stepping stone to improve performance in NativeScript is not the code in JavaScript, but the way we access the native APIs, because that's where most of the time is spent. Because if you take the example of Android, the V8 engine on Android has JIT enabled, right?
Yeah.
And every time you have some piece of code that needs to run many times and is expensive, JIT is going to kick in and it's going to speed up everything a lot. But what comes as a hurdle in this is that, for example, you want to draw a native view, and to create a view or create a DOM node in more simple language, if you want to create a DOM element, a view or a div or anything in NativeScript, then you have to go to the native side. And if you are accessing the native code, then it means that JIT can't work. Yeah. So that's one of the things. The DOM layer here, or the DOMiNATIVE, is really lean and simple. It's just if you look at the DOMiNATIVE code, it's just a single JavaScript file with like 200 lines of code. That's it. And it tries to minimize and Pino has like put in every single optimization that is there that could be possibly done to reduce the overhead, even though the overhead is really minimal. For example, if you remove the native side or getting the native views, and because you can run DOMiNATIVE or undom outside the NativeScript without native views, and if you run it, you will notice that it's many times faster than maybe some other alternatives like Happy DOM or JS DOM, which are more feature complete and have a proper complete API. But that's not the goal here. We want to be able to have enough, which is fast enough and gets the job done.
Yeah.
The other aspect of this that I think is important in this conversation is that core intrinsically tied to DOMiNATIVE. So DOMiNATIVE is interacting with core involved. And if we look at a dependency of a typical, solid app running with NativeScript involved, you'll see the solid community package. This is actually what wraps up DOMiNATIVE with solid.
Okay.
Core itself, right now, you would typically always want to use it, but this is an optional dependency. Technically speaking, you could actually run without core involved. Core is just the singular primitive that you're probably more likely to want to deal with than, the platform directly. So core is sort of making it a bit cozier for you. It's not that it's technically required. But core itself comes with types on its element tree, and there is a pull request from Jamie Birch, who is another brilliant engineer. He also had done this last year. There's been a lot of debates on this, and the biggest part of the debate is performance. I mean, everything that's done around NativeScript or put into it gets a lot of scrutiny in the performance realm. So, any debate that's going to be hot around changes in NativeScript are often going to teeter on the performance scale. And so the big debate in this DOM typings adherence, this is trying to make core more natural with the DOM type in event flow. And early on, it sort of ventured off that territory back in the mid, 2016. I mean, certainly, it kind of ventured off. And Naturally so. I don't think there was any, malintent there, but obviously it sort of ventured out. There's been a lot of efforts to kind of bring all the JavaScript runtime bodies together. WinterCG, for one, is doing a great effort to try to bring those at least baseline specs in line. And efforts like that really help groups like us, because we can take that spec and say, okay, now we have a target that we can at least, that we know the whole community can agree on. And so that's the target we're shooting for. We want the WinterCG baseline spec to be adhered to 1-to-1 in core. That's beneficial for a lot of reasons. Anyone who's going to approach, and just develop in JavaScript land with NativeScript involved, they can expect those things to be 1-to-1 to spec. But this is an attempt to modify core, to kind of break all those past divergences off and bring that typical event loop that you expect with the DOM, where you can prevent propagation, where you can deal with all the event callbacks in the way that you would in the DOM, stop immediate propagation, things like that. There's performance benchmarks, that were done here. And so, a lot of the scrutiny is around these. There are people on the working group around NativeScript who are absolutely, they don't want to see a smidgen of performance lost in anything. And I think it's a tough debate, because this would bring a lot of ease to NativeScript developers, certainly when you're starting, because you generally, when you start developing with it, a lot of what's in this PR, you expect to just work. Right. know, and so, but then there's a lot of people who've worked around NativeScript, and they would rather have the extreme performance side. And so it's a very delicate balance. And so there's even been debates to say, okay, well, can you bring this in if you want it? And maybe the default template sets you up with it, but you can remove it if you don't want it. If you're a,
Yeah, this is a tricky one, especially whenever you release a project that defines itself on its performance. People will never want a regression there, even though reality is often that there's more edge cases that exist than what you initially built for. This is a tricky one.
Generally speaking, everyone wants this. I, for one, can speak personally. I would love this, and I think it's a great idea to bring it in. Are these numbers final? No. Obviously, there's a lot of optimizations that could be done. As Ammar spoke to, a lot of the DOM implementation here can actually be moved into native. A lot of core really originally with NativeScript was done actually in native land. It was actually adapted in JavaScript sometime 2014, and it made it a bit easier to contribute to, because obviously it's easier to contribute to a JavaScript layer. But the reality is a lot of what's in this repo and what's in packages can actually be implemented elsewhere.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But that is the power of NativeScript, because the fact that you can't do these things in JavaScript, like you can interact with the native layer in JavaScript. Going back.
Right, because someone earlier while we were talking was asking still about what about keeping up with the different platforms, or what about the differences, fragmentation between Android and iOS and all this kind of stuff. And I was thinking for a second, and I'm like, the thing is, if it's in JavaScript, anyone can write the interface. If you want the build once, run anywhere kind of thing, you can build a layer on top. It's like when people build component libraries, they're like the built-ins already have a certain amount of this. I think if I saw it earlier with the .iOS and .android, but obviously it's more than just use a different base, from a different platform. It's there's things that are just different on the way things work as you kind of progress further away from the most baseline primitives. And if you care to abstract those, it's just adding another layer somewhere, and it's all in JavaScript land, so literally anyone can do that.
Yeah, the counter example is good to, a good example of that. It's at least concrete and small enough to where you could see how that could apply to anything. This could certainly be wrapped up as a solid library. And it could be an adapter you can add into your project and everything would work. You wouldn't even have to think about it, right? You're building your solid app as you always would, and things just work as you would expect. So each flavor, if you will, can bring that along with their community. The community can decide how they want to do that. And the aspect that we're trying to play a role in is just, is there a way that we can help provide a baseline? And maybe DOMiNATIVE is that kind of helps create that common, so anyone can engage with nativescript in an easier way.
Can I see the project a bit closer? Can we open the file tree for a second? I just want to see what we're dealing with here. You mentioned it was like basically a SolidStart project type thing. We have a components folder. What does a nativescript project actually look like here?
So this is SolidStart with the server side piece in it.
Right.
What we're doing is we have a nativescript solid app here.
Right.
And
okay.
This, what we're seeing here, and on Vision is this right here. Yeah. The counter component itself is what we have written once.
Right. And then we have a few buttons that we kind of stuck in. I guess, yeah, just what does the project look like? Can I see what the layout? Can we go back to the file tree? I just want to understand what I'm looking at. So
this is a NX workspace. It's got SolidStart in it, and it's got a nativescript app. This is what's addressing Android, iOS, Vision OS, and this is the actual SolidStart web deployment.
Right. So the can I look at the nativescript hello world? That one again? Yeah. Okay. So there's that where we get the builds. Okay. There's what's the platforms folder? I'm just curious.
Yeah. No. Let's dive into this. I wanted to dive deep into this, depending on how deep you want to go. So each of these are the natural platform projects. So this is something you can open a folder in Android Studio. Yep. You can open this, and this is an actual XC workspace. You can open it in Xcode. We'll open it in Xcode. This is a Vision OS Xcode project, so you can open that. But let's open the iOS one. Let me stop this, and we'll do it this way. And I'll open the workspace file for now. Not all the time, but most of the time that you're interacting with platform projects by way of nativescript, you often have, at least in iOS world or Apple world, is an XC workspace file. Mainly you have pods that come in. I think the only pod that we have in here is Flex. That's the actual debugging tool. I just had that loaded for demonstration purposes. If that wasn't here, we would have no pods. We'd only have an Xcode project file for those that are sort of familiar with that process. A couple things of interest in the way that nativescript structures the platform project. This is the sort of bare minimum. This is our JavaScript code bundled by Webpack. Now, this could also be bundled by something else. Maybe it's bundled by Vite. Maybe it's bundled by Bun. Right? It doesn't really matter how it's bundled, as long as that bundled code represents common ESM and consumable JavaScript. The engine will understand it. So this is just the way that Webpack bundles the code inside. This is linked in to the Xcode project, so this is pretty standard Xcode project stuff. In fact, everything within the realm of platform project setup is very much normal with what you would see with any platform project. We can look at frameworks that are attached. There's that XC framework that I mentioned. So the XC framework itself is that's the engine itself. This engine is embeddable outside of this realm, so that XC framework as well. There's some blog posts on this, but you can embed nativescript into platform projects too. So you don't have to necessarily even start with Solid. You could start with a Swift project, and then you could bring Solid into it, and you could have some screens that are Solid and some screens that are Swift UI. So it can go any number of ways that you want it to.
Right.
NS native sources is interesting because you can include, when I mentioned earlier, You can write as much in JavaScript as you want, or you can go in Objective-C. You can go into SwiftUI. So if you have SwiftUI devs on your team, like they can work with SwiftUI just the way they normally would. You can open the platform project. SwiftUI would be in here, and you can interact with it the same way.
Right.
I can go in this, and every aspect of how you would interact with those files is sort of intact. These are all links to the actual source file. So any change that you make inside of these files is actually tied to the project itself. That's
yeah. I guess my question is like, is it hard to migrate versions? I know React Native's gone better over the years, but I used to throw away my project and remake it every time there was an update for ages and ages and ages, because they would move something and then it was like impossible to actually reconcile it.
We've never had to do that over the years. I will speak of the exceptionary case in 2020 when the project became under open governance. We made a very difficult decision to make the jump to ESM from CommonJS. The only reason that we did that primarily was to alleviate a lot of the cross CommonJS and ESM pain that I think a lot of people in the JavaScript community still deal with. We really wanted to have one common modern base.
Yeah.
So yeah, everything is ESM based that is in core, and that time period was definitely tough because there were a lot of third-party plugins that were still in the CommonJS model, and we took an effort to try to help update those. So. But yeah, we are glad we are well beyond that now. But that was a general JavaScript ecosystem challenge.
Right. Okay. Yeah. It was just that I mean, I know it's gotten better in general, and stuff like Expo came out later and all this stuff. It was just my experience. So like when I look at that's all I can think about in my head is just like how impossibly difficult that was back in the day. But I mean, what you're pointing out here is that you have access to the native modules like as they are, and then you interact with them. Native script stuff doesn't really impact the other stuff, so you can still like interact with the other pieces like as you'd expect to without actually having any kind of repercussions. So that keeps it flexible so that you can bring that other stuff in.
Yeah, and I should say actually the model, this is often lost, I think, and I forget to mention it myself because I kind of forget about it, but the platform projects are dispensable. So one very important mental approach that NativeScript took is that the platform projects are dispensable, meaning that the config that's in place and everything that you set up around the project, you can totally delete the platform's project. In fact, no project out there may be a few exceptions for very interesting reasons. They don't commit that to GitHub, right? And so, yeah, any developer that's like working on, a NativeScript bound project, they're going to clone the repo, and when they run it, it's going to auto-generate the platform project from them, and it's going to actually resurrect that project in the same form that it's been worked on from the config settings. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. But can we go back to the VS Code? Okay. So yeah. So I see. So then you got the actual platform projects in there specifically. And then the source folder is what I would expect. What's the entry point? The index.js?
It is.
Okay, and this calls the nativescript community SolidJS render function, which is a wrapper over DOMiNATIVE, and then grabs. Oh, that's cool. Like it actually does like document like first element or what, like the actual. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Like it just treats it like the same way. And then from there, okay, application run. So there's two things here. There's the render, and then there's the application. And the create is the document. So NativeScript needs to know about this.
It needs to know the root node that's going to be basically the root window of the app. It passes that along. I'm probably most comfortable in iOS, so I can speak to that probably the most, but like UI application run, when that occurs on iOS, it will use what is created here as the root window and root view controller. So when application run occurs, you're basically tying the JavaScript engine to when UI application runs, and that becomes your window. And that's why you see this here when the app boots. In an embedded situation, inverse situation, where you're booting, say, Swift UI, and you have nativescript embedded into that, and you're opening nativescript scenes, it's sort of inverted. Swift UI takes on the main window, and then you can spawn windows that are nativescript bound. It's pretty flexible in that regard. And it's also kind of overwhelming in that regard, because you can kind of do some pretty wild stuff there.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
This is a good boundary of where core line resides along DOMiNATIVE, because application run is coming from core.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Actually,
so that's where it links together. Yeah. Sorry, Ammar.
Basically, you can see that if you go line by line, document, for example, here is two things. It represents two things. One, it represents the document, HTML document element, and the second thing it represents is the nativescript view, you can say. So it's both things at the same time. Document is basically a nativescript frame view. Yeah.
nativescript frame view, to translate that for others, is a UI navigation controller.
Yeah. This is the cool thing about DOMiNATIVE, because it merges the DOM with the nativescript views with using mixins. So it basically patches every nativescript view class and adds the missing DOM methods like createElement and everything else that's needed.
Okay. Yeah. Let's follow down the path a little bit further here, because we started on we started on the solid side from app, right? So if app is, yeah, what do we got here? So we got some specific stuff here, but okay, stack router. Here we go, and with routes. So there is a solid router that someone has put together here. It looks like
Yeah, tell us about the router. I'm actually curious about this.
Okay, I created basically with nativescript. You don't actually need a router or navigation. Everything is already there in the code, and you could just do it bare bones. So I do lots of React Native and React. So I was basically inspired by React navigation and how that works. So I created a sorted navigation library for nativescript. And
nice.
Yes.
No, that's awesome.
Yeah.
One of the things that I'm doing right now, I mean, it probably doesn't really apply here, but can we look at the router for a second? Is that what router TS is, or is that just like where they're underneath index? Yeah.
So the create stack router, can we look at the source for this, Ammar?
Okay, no, that's fine. So that is okay, that's fine. It's okay. I got what that is. I was just wondering where the routes are defined as route files. We can go back to app. Sorry. And then it takes so the whole router is from that library. Yeah, no. One of the things that I've been working on with SolidStart, not that I wonder if it'll apply here, is actually pulling the router out of the metaframework. So, like, the router will be swappable in the future. That people can start a SolidStart template and send it to, I guess, client side rendering true, right? Because there's no like server model here, right? Like it works the same as kind of like a single page app. It's like client render here. And then it could be possible that the file system routing actually could work directly into this, because I'm not seeing it here, but I'm gathering home and settings are just imported at the top of the file somewhere. Right? Like,
yep.
Yeah, exactly. So like I'm picturing Yeah, it'd be interesting to. This is just one of my own personal kind of thoughts here because I'm trying to design SolidStart to be fairly agnostic within the Solid ecosystem, and this is a prime example of where I might want to use something other than Solid's stock router, and it'd be really. I've been working on pulling it out of the framework that such a way that people could still leverage the file-based routing system if they wanted to. So, like they could, you could basically like SolidStart would give you the route config more or less, and then you could plug that directly into say Stack Router. So this is just it's cool to see an example where that would actually be beneficial. Because yeah, I'm trying to think right now, and I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit, but of that future where people are building these things where they're like they have a mono repo maybe, and they have like I guess one of the challenging parts here is there is a slight difference probably between Solid Web and Solid this, so that like I don't know if components would translate directly across.
I think I think they can. Right now, it might be. There are a few solutions to having a single component layer that works on web and on
I guess
the native side.
Yeah, because I guess everyone hits this, right? Because like even with React Native,
Yeah.
it's not like you have divs, you have view or whatever.
View and text.
Yeah. So people must be taking approaches like that already.
I think we have actually been for the past year we have actually been working on nativescript-mason, which basically wraps Taffy. I don't know if you know about Taffy, but Taffy is a standards compliant flex and grid. You could say a way to draw a layout with flex and grid natively.
Interesting.
So,
yeah, no, I wasn't
with,
familiar.
Yeah. So with by having that, we could have probably a more standard. You could say a more standard component in native, which would work much closer to div on web. So, for example, if you can have, if you have in NativeScript, you have block layout, flex layout, grid layout. Those are the most common ones that are used. So if you have those in a component, you could have a single view or element similar to React Native's view, which could work even better.
That's interesting. Yeah, I'm gathering this is just an area of consideration, exploration. It's where my head goes to when I see this stuff and the work that I've been doing in SolidStart very specifically to pull. I didn't think about it this way originally, although I was talking to the guys from Tori last week and they actually pointed this out to me, is that by pulling certain aspects like specific libraries out of the core of the SolidStart, metaframework, whatever you want to call it, starter, I'm also pulling out things that are, say, maybe web specific, like now it leaves it open for these other platforms to be able to expand on them in a way that it doesn't feel like it's fighting with it, or that like extra stuff getting included that doesn't need to be there.
Definitely. I think that's really important for integrations like Solid Native with NativeScript, or even some other cases, certainly, because it basically it simplifies a lot of things. For example, if I have a core Solid router that I can use on with NativeScript by making some bindings, native bindings to it, like providing it how it's going to navigate the page and everything, then it's going to make a lot of things much more simpler, and I don't have to write a dedicated library like Solid navigation. it can
Yeah.
just work.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay, that's another way to take it. It's definitely interesting to see the potential here because this is kind of like the thing you hope for back. Like I worked at a startup for almost a decade, and at the beginning of the time, we just had an iOS app that we contracted out to someone built, and we were mostly JavaScript developers. And then we had a React Native app, and it was very different than our web app because it used completely different technology because we were not React developers. And then, like, to get to a point now where you know, or very close to where you're just like, okay, I'm just gonna like boot up this project, set it in the mono repo, and then just like go, okay, here's the website, here's the native app, and have everything just kind of like be set up there in front of you and just kind of like interchangeable seems like amazing. Like I haven't seen NativeScript in this kind of level of detail yet, but your explanations have definitely got me much more excited about it than I have been, because people are always like, you know, does Solid have a native solution? And I'm like, yeah, there's people working on some stuff, but you know, we haven't, you know, taken any kind of official stance. This is very, very compelling, I gotta say. Just seeing how easy it is to approach the native APIs, and then just like basically just build out your view like this, and just have it like work, you know, like pretty well, it seems.
The working group's sort of unanimous agreement on this, or involvement with OpenJS Foundation, is really to make NativeScript a natural extension to the JavaScript language itself, with the standards all intact. So, you know, to the extent the WinRCG effort, we get it across the line, which I think that's going to be in 2024. But the intent is definitely to make it a natural and very seamless extension to the language itself.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's.
And another thing that makes this even more better or amazing is the fact that, for example, if someone creates solid native that is not based on NativeScript, just let's imagine it for a moment. So they need a complete ecosystem. They need plugins. They need lots of things that they have to work on. With NativeScript Solid, you have all these things already there. Everything, every plugin and every plugin view that works in NativeScript works in SolidJS automatically. So you don't have to like build everything from scratch. You have lots of things already built. For example, one of the most common pain points of React Native is list and virtualized list, and it has always been a pain. With NativeScript, never had that problem.
Yeah. I mean,
Never.
Are there?
Because I actually have an example of.
Yeah, because I'm just thinking in my head, like, what is it different here? Because you're right. When I was using React Native back in the day, I had special components to handle stuff like lists, right? I didn't just like do a solid, like I didn't just do like a dot map over something. I actually had specialized components. Is like if I wanted to make, you know, a scrolling view or something with NativeScript, it's a component I import then?
It's a list view. So list view is a primitive that comes from NativeScript core, and it maps to UI collection or UI table view on iOS. And I was just going to pull it up right here, this one. And core is very easily browsable. It's a pretty kind of dry, straightforward, you know, implementation. Probably the only thing that's unique for JavaScript developers when they view this stuff is this. This decorator is actually, any decorator where you see this is going to be on top of a extended native class. So UI table view cell, as we've been looking at throughout this, is just something, again, from Apple Docs. So if you're extending that, you know, with the JavaScript ESM class, the native class decorator is going to be seen by Webpack and it's compiled in a format in which the runtime can read that and deal with that. Usually a lot of core is setting up native classes, and then it will implement the primitive. So ListView here is using those implementations, and you can see the UI table view is constructed directly. So when you interact with ListView, it's just a table view. So table view is going to act exactly the same as a table view does on the iOS platform, because that is quite literally what it is.
Okay. Yeah. So like, I'm just curious what it looks like. Is there any example of what ListView, like how you use it? Because like it's a pretty fundamental, like we have a for component that we do for lists.
I can share my screen. I have one.
Yeah, I was going to say you could look in the docs, or let me. Do I have to turn my screen off?
No, you don't have to do anything. If he shares it, I can control it.
Okay, go ahead, Ammar.
Okay, I'm gonna share now. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. Let me make sure that it's working.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
All right. All right, let me just minimize this.
If you can maybe make your IDE font like one size bigger. Just
okay.
give it a good command plus or whatever. Yeah, thanks.
Is it yeah.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay, we're just going to start the app and let's run iOS. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Native script run iOS.
Okay, here I have a solid native script app. It's obviously a much more simpler setup than the one Nathan shared. It's simply just Android and iOS app, native script app.
Yeah.
And okay, just a moment.
Here's our lovely router.
Okay. There we go. Okay, let me just. Okay. So we have 3 routes here. Screen 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
I'm just going to navigate to screen 2, B.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And
I love demos like this because it starts with like showing a routing thing, and then every screen ends up like building a slightly different demo, and I've done this so many times. Okay.
Okay. So there we go. And there's the code. Let me just expand it. And yes. Okay. So
action bar, which is the action bar. Yeah, I love how it looks like native elements button, and then we have list view.
all right. So here's our list view, which is basically.
This reminds me of React Native. Is it because the native APIs actually look a lot like React Native?
No, actually, I use React Native, so I just this is not the native script list view.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
It's a SolidJS component that I wrapped.
This is something I've never seen either, Ryan. So quite interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go over the simple stuff first. So here we have a list view, basically.
Yeah.
And we have item types. Item types basically, we define what types of items we have in our list view. So it can recycle them based on the type. So the views that look the same way are going to be replaced with new views that are going to look the same. So that way the UI will try to minimize the flicker or anything like that. Okay. And here we pass in the items, which are just simply a list of numbers.
Sure.
Nothing special there. Yeah. And here we have our render item function,
which is what reminded me of React Native. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I just like the render item API.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong about it. So, and the render item is basically has three.
Yeah.
It's kind of the neat thing here that you were even able to do that. You know, create the API service that you wanted to interact with here. Anyway.
Okay, and here we have our item component, you can see, which actually renders these based on the type. So you can, it's pretty simple. We have a stack layout that has a label element, and it just renders the item index or its value based on the type. So we conditionally render these. You could have separate components too for each. Yeah, and now. Yeah. And here on item type. And finally, this gets invoked every time.
Right.
Every time you scroll. So that's the most basic.
Can I see the ListView implementation again? That's actually what I'm most interested in, the inside of the ListView.
Okay.
It's
also just 100 lines of code. Nothing too big, too serious.
That's fine. On item loading. Okay. Yeah. So we have a collection view. Is that the native element then? The collection view. And then there's a solid 4 component.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. That's the native element.
So is this using UI collection view community plugin, Ammar?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
I was just checking.
Yeah.
So okay.
So basically we let me just show you how it all just works. You know. So we install the we install the library UI collection view, and then we register the element, much like you would register an HTML element.
Yeah, the custom element.
Web. Yeah. Okay. And we have this. This makes the collection view intrinsically available.
Yeah.
In JSX automatically.
Yeah.
And I have set up some types here. You know.
Right.
Like
extending the JSX runtime.
Yeah. To just make it available there.
Nice. Okay.
So that makes the collection view available, and like this, you can almost use any nativescript plugin view.
Right. Yeah.
With Solid.
Yeah. I was just trying to get an idea of what was going on here. So like I was looking for where the for loop came in, right? Because like I knew it would be more than just the for. So there's a native element, and then we're using solids for to optimally do the reactive update. So then it'll only create these new items when it needs to, and then the native. Yeah, this is interesting because I'm like, native templates. What is templates? Just out of curiosity, what the lowercase templates you pass to the for loop? What is that?
Okay.
Templates is because it. Yeah, that's templates because it doesn't look like it's reactive value. Like the for each templates. What is templates?
Template. Okay, template. Templates here is basically the types of items.
Okay. So
each item type is
this never this never re-renders. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
It doesn't re-render.
Yeah, because like this is where like my sort of question came in, where I was trying to think about it, because like Solid's very particular in that it will only update like particular rows when they get added. So you usually put a reactive value in there, then the list changes. The component does not run again. It literally just goes, oh, there's a new item in this data list, and then it'll go, okay, I'm going to run the function passed into the for loop for that one item. And if there's granular updates beyond that, like let's say use a store, and you don't even make a new item, you just literally update a field on that one item, it's not even going to run the component, it's not going to run the for loop, it's going to go down to like the one, thing in the item template or whatever where you use it and just update that one property, and send that around. So it was kind of interesting, just kind of seeing this, because it works like the DOM. Like for this model to work without re-rendering, we can literally create a list here of like array item templates inside a array prop, and if one value on that item template changes, it will go and tell the native level layer to actually update that one thing without, I presume, recreating the whole item template, without recreating the the whole JSX in this whole thing.
Yeah, actually, the item template basically for each collection view here works a bit different than web. Okay, so here in native the main goal is to render as if you need better performance, obviously, whichever you need at your app, you want to avoid creating many views. Okay, so if we take the example of React Native, in React Native, the built-in flat list, which is the list component, it basically renders the elements as you scroll. So as you scroll down, it's going to create more and more views. Okay, and the problem arises when basically you have a very large list with lots of items, and when you have all these items in the memory, it's not recycling them. Basically, that's the problem. It's virtualized, but as the list grows, it becomes slower and slower and slower.
Right.
And to solve that problem, they have virtualized lists like Stash list, for example, which is the main list in React Native nowadays. So in nativescript, we have the platform collection view here, and it will basically, in recycler list, if you know about recycler list, in recycler list, only the views, or you can say the items in the viewport, are going to render.
Gotcha.
And everything, yeah. And as soon as you scroll up or down, it's going to reuse the items that go out of the viewport and then render them right where you are.
I see.
Okay.
The way I always
That's
like
what
to,
this internal logic is doing here, where you're calling render item yourself directly inside the on item loading.
Yeah. So basically, for example, when I navigate to the screen, let me just, it's a complex.
Right. So
It's a
following it,
bit
it's the same 6 items on the screen all the time, which is why the for loop never reruns. It could have been in .map for all it matters, because it will never, like, you just keep on reusing the same 6 items.
Okay, so as soon as I navigate to this page, remember that the item template here is not the actual item or the element or the native view. Okay?
Yeah.
It's not the view itself. It's just a template. It's just a way to. It's just a way collection view knows that it needs. It tells SolidJS that, hey, I have scrolled down to this index and I need a view at this point. So render something. Okay? And at that point, it will call on item loading, this event here.
Yeah.
Okay? And this event basically, what this does is that it will create an element. Basically, it will create the element from the render item function here, which we passed earlier.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah. And it's going to, and with its native instance, event.view, which is the native instance here, it's going to attach a context, basically, which is a value that holds these 3 signals: item,
Right.
index, type.
Right.
Okay? Because the problem is that these views, we are not creating new views. we are
Right.
replacing the data in existing views that we have created.
Right.
So DOM doesn't work like that. We can't just
Yeah.
update the view in place. So we need to somehow know that this view. So once this only gets called first time on first
Right.
render, okay, and it creates the view and it puts it in the list. Now let's say that I scroll, okay, I just
Yeah.
added a couple of items here, okay. Let's say that let us scroll down, okay. As soon as I scroll down, it's going to call on item loading again, and it will just update the.
Yeah.
It will get the context from the view, and just update the same
Yeah.
item that renders down here.
Yeah. No,
And
that's
that's how it's going to keep recycling that.
Yeah, no, that's interesting because, yeah, it's like one built on top of the other. The for loop here actually isn't that important. I get like you. This is actually what's doing the thing. Okay, yeah, I was just curious. Like, I mean, for the most part, people are probably going to consume something that already exists to do this and not be writing this themselves. This is pretty core binding, but it's important to note that, let's say, Solid's for component is not sufficient to solve the way, like, native's thing. Like, you want to, like, basically, like in this case, use something like node recycling, and as Yukino was saying, item template appears to Solid as a real element, but it's actually created by DOMiNATIVE for organizing things easier for the DOM. So yeah, that's an interesting approach. But ultimately, that's why you started on the other side, where you're showing me the actual, like, consumption of it, because we can always just wrap this in a component and then have it, run.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, indeed.
Okay. Yeah, like that gives me an idea of what's going on here. But it is an important thing to note, because loops or lists are a UI element that's specifically an actual UI element, and not just a map function, so to speak, or a for directive or something. I think this is probably one of the biggest like structural shifts. Like, when you're building the web, you use like ng for whatever, v4 or solid's for loop or whatever map in React. It's not like a component, where here it is actually a component. I like it being a component too, because Solid obviously chose to make our for loops components, so it already has that property. Like, if someone wanted the list component to look like our for component from an API service layer, they could probably do something like that. So it just shows off the composition, but it is an important note for people. But I like the mental model from the people on the outside, being like, okay, instead of importing for here, I'm going to import list or something, right? So, okay, that's cool. Thanks for explaining this to me, because it's something I personally had interest in.
Yeah. I think the native is fundamentally a bit different. I mean, you can obviously render items in a for loop, much like web in a scroll view, for example, in nativescript. It's also possible, but it's not feasible. It's going to be a performance nightmare. You can
Right.
use it for small lists of data. You don't always need this, a collection view or some dynamic list like this, but when you're, for example, rendering a long list feed, or you have a social network app or anything, a list of contacts or something like that, then you need recycling to ensure that the performance stays up to the
Right.
mark.
Right. It's not sufficient. Like, because what I was going to say is, people have virtual list components on the web, but they don't recycle. Generally, what they do is it depends on how you do it, but generally what they do is they have your big list of data, which you will load incrementally as you need it, and then you will create DOM elements, usually like as they appear on the screen, and then as they leave, you throw them away, and then you could recreate them again. I guess, like, I played with some. I'm guess what I'm thinking in my head is, like, I'm sure I've seen people make this same component in the web using like, almost like keeping a list of node references, and then like overriding them. But I guess that's the challenge, right? Because it's hard to do this declaratively. You almost do need to get to the native platform, because if you're saying like take this node and now change its data, but don't recreate it, it's actually kind of it requires a little bit of finagling. Because I was just like thinking in my head, I'm like, could you make this without being aware that it was native? Here's an example. A React window reuses DOM nodes, is mentioned in chat. Reusing DOM nodes is a whole other interesting thing, because I don't have to get into that at the moment, but there's some interesting side effects that happen with the DOM in general. But I wouldn't be surprised. Just kind of interesting note when looking at these sort of solutions. I feel like if you have a way to get access to the native node, leaving it in that layer probably makes more sense from a performance standpoint than trying to like handle it in the like web JavaScript way. I don't know. I'm not sure. Just hypothesizing. All right, that's cool. Is there anything else cool you want to show off in this demo? Otherwise, I think we probably can get into questions, and I have a couple.
No, that was it. I just wanted to show off the list.
Cool.
Because that's like the most complex thing in a native app.
Okay. Yeah. No. Definitely an important piece. So I guess my first question here, and chat, start dumping questions in so that we can talk about this. Sure. We'll have our guests here, but my first question actually is, like, we've seen a lot of cool stuff that NativeScript does. The project's been around for, I don't know how long, 7 years, 8 years, how long? Longer?
2024, 2013, maybe.
Okay, so we're talking, I don't even know like how long, a decade.
It's been around.
So like a decade, so even longer. Obviously, I can already see now how things have progressed. This is definitely taking it to the next level. What's next? Like, what are you guys excited about? Like, what's?
I'll add some, and then Ammar maybe go. I think for me, standardization is a big one. I think core being standardized. I think the Winter CG effort is definitely something I'm excited about. It's something I've encountered, just developing with it. I think you want you want to need a lot of that in place. And I've also worked with like developers coming into projects and training them. And I think too, you kind of see why obviously the standards matter. And I think sometimes in innovative spaces, you can almost feel like you're brushing up against standards bodies, in innovative spaces. But that's one that I think would be really nice to round out. I think it'll round out a lot of things. Beyond that, probably third-party integrations around primitives. Like there's a lot of untapped territory in Vision OS, and I think it'll be interesting to see how things people can do there. You can certainly create primitives for various Vision OS specific things. And I think that's an exciting area to explore.
Right. Yeah, no, it seems like that's a whole new like world of what you can do here. Changes like the way we actually interact with the devices. In terms of standards, I guess just a quick question, kind of follow up on that, is like, how does it get approached? Because it's not like, right, like on the web we have like all these standard bodies like the TC39 and WhatWig and all these things. Like how do you approach it for NativeScript? Like who's also a part of this? Who has an interest in this?
Certainly the working group right now is the primary group spearheading it. It's about 15, 16 people right now. I think that core group, we are taking all of the baseline spec, and Google put out baseline as well. I think between that and WinterCG is the first time that became a viable target. I think there's always been a talk around spec, whether it's from Mozilla and looking at that spec, but like a lot of those don't apply directly. And so that's where it was always troubling because you're trying to kind of make a baseline yourself. And I think that's really what the teams all around NativeScript struggled with in the early years, is because of course you want to hear the standards, but there wasn't a clear baseline spec. So I think WinterCG putting that foot forward is going to help largely. And even there's some things in there that aren't directly relatable, but we're going to start with the most fundamentally one-to-one specs that apply, and then start to venture into everything else and see where the line is and needs to be.
Okay, nice.
I think beyond that, running NativeScript on different engines. We talked V8. You could run NativeScript on Hermes. You could run it in Bun, probably directly. So there's definitely different engines you could run the NativeScript approach in.
Cool. How about you, Ammar? What are you excited for the future of NativeScript?
I'm excited about the SolidJS community getting interested into NativeScript. actually, one of the things that I think that NativeScript really needs is that it needs other communities like Angular, React, Vue, Solid to come forward and basically adapt it as a solution to build native apps, because there is a lot of potential, as you see here, and we must know that the NativeScript team is quite small. It's not very big like React Native. It's a really small team, and they're still able to pull this off, which is probably insane, like do something like this, like building apps for Android, iOS, dealing with the native platform, which probably changes with every single release, and then you have to deal with all the breaking changes in all the plugins and move on. I think one of the core things that I'm excited about with all these different things that we are currently working on in NativeScript, like the SolidJS integration, DOMiNATIVE by Song, classical Song, and those are the few things that we are working on.
Yeah, no, I think there's a real opportunity there, because React has React Native. No one else has anything like in that space to the same degree. I don't think so. Like, I think everybody would be interested in having, native projects. So we could all band together in a certain way, if there's a very nice viable option, which this is what this looks like. So yeah, I think it is exciting. I haven't, as I said, I get asked about this all the time because of the comparisons to React. I could send people this way and see what they have to say about it, because I feel like this doesn't happen unless people actually go and build stuff and do stuff with it. Otherwise, it doesn't get to where it needs to be. And it's kind of funny because I think most of the time, maybe not most of the time, but quite often the time I get that question, not because they're going to actually go build a native app. They just need a reason to not check it on the list. I'm going to encourage them to come and check out NativeScript and see what they can do there. So, no, this is exciting. I'm glad to see that the community here is already doing so much. This is more than I could have imagined. The fact that there's that community plugin, the fact that people can actually go and just build a solid app using NativeScript today is just oh yeah, sure, is just incredible.
You can also use all React Native modules with NativeScript.
Oh, okay, right. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So, okay. Yeah, I mean,
That's an effort that Ammar, that's his brilliance on display right there. Open Native is that effort. Open Native is an effort to sort of begin to open the door between cross-platform communities talking to each other. I think, this year, I feel like, and Ryan, you're probably somewhat solely responsible in a lot of ways for JavaScript frameworks talking to each other a bit more. And I think it'd be nice for more cross-platform communities to do the same. Because there's a lot of brilliant work in the React Native community with modules. And I myself have found myself wanting to contribute to something like React Native Auth0 because I can use it in NativeScript through something like Open Native, something I would never have even considered before.
yeah, yeah. No, this will be good. And I mean, I sometimes think on the website it helps to have like a common target, where but maybe we have the same scenario here, at least on NativeScript from the framework side of people coming in. There is a pretty big target on the side of React and maybe React Native in this space. So yeah, I can definitely see others joining in. Yeah, I keep on getting. There's a comment from the crowd, question. I don't know if you guys have any opinions on this. It's about the best way to build unified apps. NX keeps on getting mentioned by. Do you guys have any experience with that? I'm just going to throw that up here.
I use NX a lot for that purpose. It's not the only way. I certainly bring it up a lot, but there, Turbo Repo, Microsoft Rush, Yarn workspaces alone, NPM workspaces, you can set up any of those to do exactly that. I probably just personally have more experience in doing it with NX, but all that is going to allow you to set up code in a centralized place where you can share it across runtime boundaries, and that's really all you're wanting to do.
Nice. And actually, another comment. This is amazing to hear. Like, we were talking about devices, we were talking about like different future devices in terms of like these like the vision stuff. But even just like, I've already brought Solid to embedded devices that have only 8 megabytes of RAM, and we can do even smaller RAM devices in the future. Like this is just, there's the big side and the small side. This is really incredible work, because it really the web is already such a pervasive technology that's like everywhere, but this is like taking it like beyond even what the web new places. I think that's really exciting.
So what Yukino just mentioned there, I assume you could also use something like Tailwind to style on an embedded device if you were doing some visual connected to that. But yeah, I mean, just to speak to a broad note is I've found it really enjoyable using something like Tailwind, that I haven't really enjoyed. And it's neat to use that in respect of UIKit or Android widgets. Like there's, it's fun. I mean, I no other way else to say it.
Yeah.
Yukino actually built Cheese DOM. I don't know if you know about that. And it's basically how you can build apps in embedded devices with Cheese DOM. It's pretty amazing too.
Yeah, I haven't kept up on this. I could tell from the demos and the stuff that it's really cool, and I keep on like reposting it whenever I see it because I think people should check it out. I personally haven't had a chance to, so that's why I was using this opportunity. This is what I do use my streams for. I get a chance to like actually like put some time aside to learn about a topic, and then it's like if I'm going to do that, I might as well do it with a bunch of other people because I think everyone probably should learn about the topic, and then it's an effective use of time. So yeah, this is very cool. Cheese DOM is not open sourced yet. Okay, a lot of cool stuff going on then. All right, if it looks like we're kind of getting to the end of questions here. Is there anything else you guys would like to shout out before I let you go?
I'll say it's a deep topic, what we're talking about here. It can hit you personally, too, because it affects semantics and the way you look at the project and the way you may think about a project. So it's a deep topic. If you feel overwhelmed looking at it, it's certainly normal. There's a lot of aspects we didn't cover. digging into typing generation, how even the engine is augmented with the platform types. There's a lot of like deep technical details that we could get into that we didn't touch on. And that's an aspect I'm sure if you're in exploring mode, you're probably curious to dig into. So maybe some other time we can dig into that, but it's fascinating stuff there.
Very cool. Yeah, I know. I can tell that already. I had to curb a couple places so that we'd stay relatively on time, so I wouldn't keep you all afternoon. How about you, Ammar? Anything you want to shout out? Anything you want to plug? I don't know.
Yeah, firstly, huge thanks to Hugh for inviting me here. It was my first time on a live stream, so I hope you can pardon me. I was a bit nervous in the beginning. I'm sure you would have noticed that. Yeah, and a big shout out to Yukino Song for doing all this huge effort. Me, Nathan, and everyone else in the community have just been pushing and motivating Yukino to do this, and she's been constantly working on this for quite some time. So yeah, this is all her, basically. You can say that. Yeah. So you can say that I'm just adding sugar to it, and making it just taste better.
Yukino would have loved to be here, for sure. She's in China, and I think the time zone was tough. It's worth mentioning that Ammar is in Pakistan.
Oh,
and,
okay.
Okay. Ammar, I believe what time is it there?
Oh, wow.
Don't ask me.
3 a.m. 3 a.m.
Yeah. Almost. Yeah.
Yeah, that's. Oh, wow. Yeah, sorry. Yukino's still active in the chat, so yes. Yeah. If I'd known, I couldn't do much about this, to be fair. I've had a few guests from, like, say, in India, where I moved the stream earlier an hour or so. I mean, it's not a big consideration, but I really appreciate taking the time to join and talk about this. That's amazing. I do have a later stream compared to some, because classically I was like even though I'm West Coast, which puts me on the opposite side of that, I was classically like the end of Friday afternoon. It was actually Friday evening stream. The drinks were not non-alcoholic originally, so things have changed a little bit. But yeah, it's a thank you so much for joining us and the great work you've been doing on NativeScript.
One thing I just wanted to add in the end, that with SolidJS and NativeScript, you can actually today build a production level app for your company or anything, and it will work. I think that's one thing we haven't shared publicly yet, but we are going to soon share some app that is completely built with NativeScript SolidJS to prove that it's actually a great viable option to build apps, native mobile apps. Yeah,
that's amazing.
That's one of the things.
Yeah, I didn't talk about this before. We were talking about how we should get everyone banding together, the group together, and kind of push it. But thinking about it on the other side of things, obviously there's React and React Native, but if there's communities who are like more hungry because they don't have React Native, we're weak, and if the performance is good, maybe we're a good showcase. So I'm pretty excited about this, to see that. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I will await the announcement. I follow both of you guys, so I'm looking forward to seeing when that drops.
Ryan, thanks for having us and giving us a good excuse to have some grape juice on a Friday. Yeah. And really, thanks for having us.
Awesome. Well, you have a good one. I'm going to continue with my stream after this, do This Week in JavaScript and whatnot, but thank you so much for joining us. And until we have a reason to meet up again and to do another stream, have a good one. See you guys.
Cheers.
Thank you.
See you
guys. That's everything I was hoping for, I have to admit. The fact that there's a community here, the amazing work that we've already seen kind of putting into this, and we didn't get to benchmark it or whatever, but everyone, I mean, and I guess that's critical because all I ever hear from people is people complaining about React Native's performance. So, I seriously, like on Twitter, everyone keeps talking about like how expensive it is. I don't know enough to know that if Solid's model would help, especially with something like NativeScript compared to, React Native. But it looks like this is this is not capacitor, which I mean is good in its own way because you just have your web app. But I mean, this is a real native integration that has the potential to, have good performance. Between what we saw this week with NativeScript and Tori last week, like we are not locked on the web anymore. When if someone comes to me now and asks me about Solid and native, I can direct them to this stream, or maybe even last stream because they're talking about doing some native stuff with Tori as well. This is a burgeoning space, and I'm glad that it's not a space that I have to actually do the work myself for. I can just keep on designing primitives, good models for authoring, and it looks like the rest will come in thanks to the amazing work to the people like the guests we had on the stream and people like Yukino, which is, as I said, the main reason I even knew about the NativeScript stuff in the first place. So very, very cool. What do you got here? Just checking chat here. God, it's doing it again. This is so frustrating. Not talking about performance yet, but we're having more options in React Native right now. Yeah, exactly. Like this is, I'm talking about performance because obviously that's a thing people, talk about, care about. But like the fact that it's even a thing is amazing because like if it's viable, if this is something you can use, you can do something now that you couldn't do before, and that's amazing. This always happens when I have guests. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to flash the screen. I'll probably lose like 15 viewers, but I'm 2 seconds. All right. Hopefully I wasn't gone too long. That was just, it's been driving me nuts. The StreamYard has been getting worse and worse. I don't know what's up with it. So, all right. Yeah, I'm not saying React Native can't be fast. You have to know where the boundaries are, and I think all these things come with like a certain knowledge of the platform. But yeah, like if it's comparable, that's what I mean. Because people are very critical about the performance on mobile, right? That's why when they say like put your web app in mobile and it doesn't feel the same, like people are very particular about the small pieces, like just the feel. And I think if NativeScript lives up to that, then like, yeah, that's all it takes. And I'm looking forward to seeing these production examples that are going to be coming. Benchmarks, yeah. Do I think? No, I don't think so. It's interesting. JavaScript is so omnipresent that like if the solutions in JavaScript space get good enough, then like you open up to so many new developers and ability. But the truth of the matter is, it's like JavaScript hasn't gotten rid of people making web backends in non JavaScript, and I'm not going to have a Primogen raid again at this exact moment where it'd be opportunistic. He seems like he's doing pretty well on his stream right now with 2.4 thousand viewers. But I'm going to say that if we can't replace web backends with JavaScript, we're probably not going to replace native, because I think web backends with JavaScript are way, way more compelling in comparison. Like the benefits are so large that I can't, I made the comment before. I think that like it's hard to argue that you shouldn't be using JavaScript in some part of your backend. But I don't know if the argument for native will ever be that strong. So yeah. All right, let's kind of let me get myself set up here for 2 seconds. Talk about this week in JavaScript, which might not be the biggest, but every time I say that I'm always wrong. There's a couple topics. But I've been kind of on a journey myself. You shouldn't be using JavaScript in some part of your backend. Yeah, I mean, if someone was to tell me that, I would take it from you, Greg, because you're building something that's actually could be viable on the front end potentially using non-JavaScript. But like outside of that, the benefits of having the same thing on both sides are significant. I'm not saying write your like back-end database data servers and stuff in JavaScript, whatever your service layer. I'm saying the thing that is serving the web page, or the actual like rendering the page in JavaScript, has huge benefits for what it offloads on the client side. Wait, don't spotlight me. Okay, fine, I won't do that. Wait, maybe I will. All right. Yeah, it's funny. I didn't actually do much on the Twitter, so to speak, this past week, because I've been working, like, as mentioned, I've been on this journey, this kind of odyssey, working on data fetching APIs and routing, and yeah, I think that I'm just looking here. I want to talk a bit about that, probably because we're getting a lot closer, and I might be suggesting some pretty crazy crap. So you guys will keep me sane, right? All right. Yeah. All right, I think I'm mostly set up for this week in JavaScript. Give me 2 seconds. I got those three. I got this one. What's going on there? Code Sandbox. Got this one. That one. That one? Okay. All right. That's good. Oh no, the fetch thing. Yeah, I'm going to talk about this. This is, I have to admit, we're at a very low viewership right now compared to the last few at this time. Competing with Prime is always challenging, and even though we don't cover the same stuff, but I just find that when he's streaming at the same time, we definitely feel it. Hello, chat. Well, I'm glad you guys are chatting. It's good to, stop trying to make fetch happen. Yeah, well. Okay. You're right. I'm missing one other thing. Because this week in JavaScript is actually pretty lightweight, but I want to talk about some more serious solid issues. Because I just got to address some of the elephants in the room. Right? Because this will all be related and it'll all make sense. But I want to. My work is paying you as part of my professional development. There you go. Yeah, this is what we need here. Yeah, exactly. We should talk about server. Like, this will tie into the server actions thing. I don't know what see, but that ties into this week in JavaScript. I don't even know. how I want to even approach this week in JavaScript. Maybe it's more like I should do this week in JavaScript kind of first, and then dig into the solid topic. You know, let's do it that way. So I'm gonna like put up the banner, and we'll start at this week in JavaScript, and then end off, because honestly, for this week in JavaScript, I have basically nothing. Yeah, just blend it all together like I did last week, right? This week in Ryan's head, yeah, exactly. That's what we're doing here. This week, yeah. Because I keep on seeing everyone's hot take about server actions, and maybe you guys can fill me in on like what the deal is. It's interesting how politics sometimes play into stuff, but anyways, let's go. Yeah, let's talk about this week in JavaScript. I will present my screen again because I lost it because I was obviously had to refresh everything. Entire screen, this one. All right, let's go. Let's go. Most of my news this week is actually solid news, because if you look at this, last week I was like, we're live, and then literally we're live. I tweeted two things, this stream and this solid news. So let's go look at solid, because as I said, I've been heads down. We already talked last week about Dax's great recommendation, but yeah, I just love seeing the ecosystem continue to kind of flesh out from here, right? Tanstack forum supports SolidJS already. Link to our initial docs next post. It just we're more and more, the lists look like this. You know, Svelte's missing from here, but I guess like even with nativescript is the same thing. Like we're now more and more showing up on these libraries, you know, like as like choice number 3, or you know, even 2 perhaps as a React, because we're, I guess, similar enough to React that we're a good like second option, like maybe more approachable for people who built React stuff than who built Svelte. And you know, the community, you know, behind these things is amazing. Like Tanstack, obviously, big fan of Tanner's work, but it's very cool to kind of see that kind of popping in. Yeah, I saw this one too. Internationalization is a project very much at back of mind when working on routing and working on SolidStart. So it's cool to see, you know, people actually, you know, writing on the topic, right? These are the kind of like considerations that you require, you know, more, like the things you might not approach when you first start a project, but like you're going to need eventually for anything that's successful. So I like that these kind of considerations are what are coming to people's heads now when they're starting to work on Solid, which is great. But yeah, I mean, the big news for me this week, the only thing I retweeted or tweeted out this whole week, was the amazing work that Sarah and Shogun, Michael, also you can mention here. They've been working on the docs rewrite, and everyone's like, oh, when are the docs going to be ready? But like, these things take time. They look great. I haven't had a chance to review everything, but you can already see how this is forming up. This is much nicer than what we were doing before. There's learn, there's references. We are very motivated to help people get into Solid. And then he takes us to the existing tutorials. Yeah, I mean, I am so thankful to have people working on this stuff. Like, there's so many things that need to get done around Solids. You know, it's an open source project. There's so much work that needs to get done, and so much of it is actually teaching and training. So like this makes me incredibly happy. Like, on one hand, when we talk about stuff, I you know, you can say like, people go to the Solid repo and they're like, oh yeah, SolidJS. Solid, you know, they go here and they're like, okay, let's look at where is it, contributors or something. They look here and they're like, yeah, there's this one guy, you know, they should give Odonashi a shout out, but there's this one guy what happens to the repo and the project when this guy goes, right? The bus factor, they call it. But so much goes into Solid that is this. People supporting the playground, the tooling around build tools, the docs are a huge amount of effort where we have lots of contributors over time doing this stuff. So on one side we have an incredible arsenal at our disposal because of the kindness and generosity of people out there in the community, right? Here's an example. Stackblitzy thing for SolidStart. Milo was actually working on that. I think we had a prototype of something. It was slightly slower the load than the current playground in the docs, so we didn't jump right into it. But I mean, how else are you going to get this full end-to-end SSR stuff going? So yeah, this is something Sylvia has been before she left to go to PartyKit, was definitely kept on tapping us and be like, how can I help? Can I get this done? It's amazing to have that. So in one side, when you look at it from the kind of wide scope, there's so much going on that. But then, I admit on some of the more technical sides, we're a lot more bottlenecked because we are doing R&D and it's hard to spread the net farther to find enough people who actually have the same kind of time commitment. If you told me that I had 4 people to work on Solid, I think where we are right now, I would put half those people on docs. That's how important it is to me in terms of the effort. But there's obviously more people than that in the community who are working on stuff, but it is definitely a challenge to this is the funny thing is basically the Solid repo is such a small part of what actually is going on when you look at the much wider picture of everything else here. How many repositories are we maintaining as Solid these days? I don't even know. View all repositories. Will this tell me? They probably don't even keep a list of it. There's more than one page. Anyway. Yeah, which is why, as I said, I am incredibly thankful and blessed that we've been able to put this together, because the truth of the matter is people always wonder about my enthusiasm. It's you go out there and what you try to accomplish, you have to go and build it and they will come, Wayne's World 2. There's probably a Field of Dreams or something reference there, but you need to shoot for more than you can think is possible to actually get anything done. You have to be ambitious, and then things will follow as long as you keep on doing good work. 33. Yeah, okay. There we go. I'm blind. Thank you. Yeah, I'm sure, and they probably appreciate you saying that as well. So what I'm getting at here is that it's a very interesting balance to try and figure out how to maintain these things into open source and have this amazing support of the community, but also be trying to push the boundaries of what's possible. If we didn't do that, we wouldn't be where we were. When I started with Solid with the signals, it was we knew a certain amount of things are possible, and we've learned since then that much more is possible. And which is why I actually have to get a bit into the reality of things when kind of working on this stuff. When we'll get into the reality of things in a minute. I'm going to finish up here on This Week in JavaScript, because I want to give a big shout out, and this is kind of back and forth to the remix guys. There's been we had a misunderstanding a year and a half ago or whatever, but and maybe it's the temperature with Next in the room, but they've been moving to Vite. So a lot of the work that we've been doing, and I say we, but I mean Nikhil Saraf, has been doing, is actually paying back to them. So, where at one point we were accused of, stealing their stuff or borrowing at best. Basically, they've looked now at what SolidStart does in helping them move onto Vite. So, for example, we solved this very annoying problem of flash unstyled content in Dev. And to be fair, we got the idea from SvelteKit. Like Nikhil looked at SvelteKit, but Svelte again is maybe a less React framework, so it's more obvious when Solid does it than say Svelte. So, but there's definitely been like this kind of change in attitude. Ryan Florence, I love server actions. Remix has them, except you have to configure the routing URL yourself. I love the function becomes a URL API when I first saw it in SolidStart. My only issue is these things used to be announced at React Conf. So yeah, I like, and I think this is a kind of a sign of things a little bit, because I think Ryan, all he ever wanted from the Next side was a little acknowledgement for like basically pioneering the nested routing solutions in React. And, he felt like the Next side of things just like didn't even give him a shout out. Ryan Florence is very quick to point out that the whole server function thing started with SolidStart, right, or server actions. So that's pretty cool. I'm glad to see this kind of friendship, friendliness coming from the Remix side. So yeah, this is cool to see. I just wanted to kind of point that out. Just the Remix guys, we're closer than ever with their move to Vite, and it's really cool to see kind of some acknowledgement on that side in terms of that, because a lot of people have been talking stuff about server actions, and I guess I never reacted too much to them because like we've been playing with them for the last couple of years, and to be fair, even in Next, people have been playing with them for like the last 6 months. I guess they weren't stable, but like, I don't know. I don't have much to say. I think there are trade-offs in terms of API considerations, but I think generally speaking, this is the direction, the trajectory we've been on. And anyone who's been watching the stream for the last year and a half knows that's the case, right? Like, right from the earliest version of SolidStart, I was trying to do something more like Blitz, I guess, but even though I hadn't seen Blitz yet at the time, but like I was trying to do these like proxy-based things. But Nikhil Saraf had the brilliant idea of doing compiled server functions, and he I guess it was April of 2022, he implemented them to SolidStart. So like, it's cool to see kind of like signals how widely these patterns are getting adopted. On one side, you could say this is just inevitable, right? It's just like the obvious discovery. But on the other side, it's good to know that the hard work that a few people are doing here, whether it's docs or on the technology, is making an impact back into the community. So with that all, up in there, because I'm not going to lie, this has been my week. I do want to kind of talk about maybe a more serious thing for a moment here, because this issue was opened at the beginning of the week. How long will it take SolidStart to reach 1.0? We have waited too long for 1.0. I should probably up that. It's true. And I appreciate Alex taking the time to respond to this. And I think this is probably the best answer. I was starting a response this morning, and then I realized that I had the stream in 5 minutes and I had to go run and get my orange juice. But I'm going to add a few things here, because Solid has the advantage of being a pure open source project with commercial interests. That allows the developers to take the time to find the best possible solutions instead of making forced compromises just to be faster. So it won't be prematurely presented as 1.0 to the public. Ready when done applies. And I do think this is important because, I mean, it's kind of funny. Next is getting a huge amount of pushback right now for not being like, for depending on canary builds of React and not being production ready. And they're like, we are production, but we're not production. It's hard when you have an existing project and you're basically rewriting it like out in the open. We don't have that dilemma where we're at right now. So it's like, why would we double down and say like, this is 1.0 when we know things aren't where they need to be, that things are going to be better? Like, there's, as much as we'd all like to see this happen, myself more than anyone, there's no point releasing something and saying, yeah, this is the production thing. And then like two months later going, okay, yeah, we're changing this. Like, that's the reality of things. We've learned a lot over the course of this beta. And so much so that beta 2 is kind of like a V2. It's kind of like a rewrite. You could have used version 1 this whole past year, and it's been relatively stable. That was the beta. We thought, based on what we had designed and thought at the time, that was the best pattern. That's what we wanted to release, but we weren't certain. And we have now learned, that it is close, but there are some things that have to be addressed. Right? Like, React has stated the circles themselves are stable, but the integration points and frames are not. Yeah, well, this is the thing that I don't think it's hard for people to appreciate, is the pattern is so different that even if they know mechanically how they want everything to work, if they choose a certain API, a certain approach, and go, hey, frameworks, use this, it might not be the right one because they designed it with Next in mind and not Remix in mind. Like, it's good that they're taking their time to kind of figure out how to make this universal, So, like, it's a challenging place because it is literally on the open. Everyone wants to use the latest and greatest. But, yeah, back off of React. I just want to kind of point out to here, and this is tying in with what I was talking about, where basically stuff like server functions are a product of the work that we've been doing on SolidStart. We're still learning, we're still improving these things, and we're understanding what it takes. Like the same work that React's doing right now, in terms of like figuring out how frameworks can build on top of RSCs, is very similar to what I'm doing with SolidStart. I want to figure out how SolidStart can be generic enough of a layer that people can build any type of app on top of it. This is why, like, it's a similar kind of process. The biggest benefit, as I said, is we haven't released a production version of it, so we're allowed to change it. We warned people. We are doing our best here, but that is the point of a beta. Yeah, I want that too. I'm not going to lie. Solid 1.8.4 has some secret sauce in it. I didn't wait for 1.9 to put it out. It's not officially released. I sometimes use patch versions in Solid to introduce unrelated features that are not part of like that you would use as a way of like testing them out, so that when 1.9 or 2.0 comes out or whatever, that they're there. So like, yeah, I can get, I can respect that, but the challenge here is that if there's basically no point trying to push a 1.0 that isn't ready to go out, that isn't a thing. Okay, Rolande, I disagree with this mindset. I super appreciate the amazing work and thought leadership coming out of the Solid team and put my money where my mouth is by backing. So it's a fair question because calling something beta suggests near completion, and I think devs spending countless hours helping to support the project through adoption filing bugs that deserve some more, then it will be done when it's done. Also, preset start is need to take a reset with beta 2. Good. But would at least like the idea when we can expect to be available. I paused all solid work in the meantime. Okay, I mean, that's fair. If he wants to pause solid work, I think that's perfectly his thing. Mandate. But like, it's... I talk about this a bit in the beta 2 issue, but these solutions, I guess it's the thing that's not... How should I put it? It's the thing that's not like maybe a little bit below the surface. We're pulling everything out of SolidStart, but that means that work has to go on somewhere else. So it's not as trivial as just, you know, going beta 2 stamp. We're actually have to look at like how libraries interface with the framework, right? Basically, what are the pieces here? Very similar, as I said, to the RSC thing, where it's hard to know. Like we have to shift in a whole bunch of different places just to get SolidStart out. SolidStart is the combination of these things, so every piece else has to update. So I spent a bunch of time, you know, updating for Solid 1.8 to support like serialization stuff, which is important for the data fetching that we're going to be doing in the future. Not just in 2.0, but in SolidStart. That's why 1.8 came out with the serialization. And then I worked on getting async local storage in. These are pieces that we need. Now we have a context on the server that will work through async requests, solving some of our issues that we had previously with server functions, right? At the same time, Vinci is getting worked on, right? But these aren't... Myself, I'm paid. I work on Solid full-time. Everyone else, you know, like Alexis has the specific funding that he's working on related to SolidStart and the serialization, and he's working on islands stuff. But that's specifically for these performance improvements, and that's where he is. It feeds back into it, but it's different. Nikhil is completely volunteer. I can't account for his hours, right? Like, how do you... Should I estimate SolidStart's release based on how long it would take me to do it by myself? I just gonna be real here. Like it's okay, I guess, to disagree with the mindset, but it's like futile. Like, as I said earlier, the work of Solid is the combination of a bunch of people working on stuff through generous contribution. But if I was to take the standpoint of how long would it take me to do it by myself, the number would probably be astronomical. I know that I'm not going to be doing it by myself. I know that there's amazing people stepping up to work. We're engaging those people to work on all the different pieces in the ecosystem. So yeah, but like I feel like for this fellow, perhaps the right answer is to give him the estimate as if I was to do it by myself, and then he'll probably just drop it and drop Solid and just leave. But I mean, I don't want to do that. But I mean, this is the kind of scenario. Right? Because rewriting a meta framework from scratch after you've done it once by yourself, I said previously that making a meta framework for the first time will take no less than 18 months. I think you could rewrite a meta framework in 6 months. For myself, I was trying to make the target more like 1 to 2 months. But how would I tell, like, I want to get beta 2 out, you know, this month actually was my goal originally. But I wasn't gonna say that publicly, because realistically, if stuff doesn't go my way, it could be March. I don't think that's the case. I'm making good progress, but we're dealing with enough unknowns that I think that people need to understand, like, you know, the truth of the matter is, when we released beta and we put the label on it, we did think we were close to done, and we were mistaken. So there is a bit on us on that, right? I understand that. But sometimes that's what happens with betas. You realize that you're like, yeah, not quite. People have been happy with it. That's great. But honestly, not as close as we thought or as people thought. As I said, yeah, I can use up to, but that up to is going to be so large that like it's almost a pointless conversation in itself. I believe this current second beta will be the last one before 1.0. Yes, I think we've learned enough, but I do not see a fixed ETA. I too, when the devs test a few times and file the fixed issues available for the current. My answer does not imply that the question is fair. It's based on timeline, the roadmap, and I appreciate it. When he files hasty compromises, yeah. Yeah, I think it should set expectations on timelines if adoption is a concern. It's not a concern. I can't be worried about adoption right now. That's not where we are at. It comes when it comes. And the development community deserves to too, because they are mostly working free and non-commercial. Yeah. All I can say to people in that situation is I spend all my time on this stuff, and I have for years and years and years, and other people have spent significant portions of their time right now. If that doesn't compel you, then I don't know what will. I realize we're all kind of consider our own interests, but like, you know, what are we going? Non-commercial time, sorry. Or if Solid is simply being treated as a science project to prove benefits of signals for other frameworks to use, that's okay too. But should be clear about the expectations. Still looking forward to beta 2 so I can re-engage with Solid. Oh man. I get what they're saying, but when I look at Solid and I look at, you know, the things that people consider us competitors to, we have 3 times to probably 30 times less resources than them. Like the signals one is what gave me such a chuckle. Like, okay, sure, like Preact is pretty small like us, so like Preact and signals, you know, like, and their integration wasn't as deep, so it's easy for them to pick up signals. But like Angular, do you know how many people work on Angular or the web frameworks at Google? Because now the Wiz and Angular teams are working very closely together in signals and stuff. And they have like another unified team as well. That's more people. But let's just say 40 people, okay? How many people work on Facebook Meta? I think the next closest to us would be Svelte. But Svelte actually has 3 full-time paid resources. So, yeah. And, you know, their community is a little bit bigger than us. So, you know, so like, I think it's fair to say at least 3x, maybe closer to 5x more resources than probably we have, which honestly, that's not your fault, you know, person wanting to invest in Solid. It's just a reality, you know, that pretty much compared to things that you'd compare us to. And I'm glad that we're getting compared to these things because it means the work we're doing is relevant. But like, I can't, it's obviously not my science experiment. The work is impacting other frameworks because they see what we're doing and we're doing good things. It's not like, what are we supposed to do? Like, not do these things? Like, before we did transitions with signals, no one knew that was possible. Before we did native, like universal rendering without a virtual DOM, no one knew that was possible. Like, I guess that's a science project, but like, how else would you have us do it? Not do it? Yeah, I don't even know what that means. I understand there's a certain amount of frustration here, so it's fine. It's just I use it every day in production. I don't understand how to develop it. Yeah, and the problem is, I think that you ultimately decide to go, okay, I'm gonna chop the line here. I basically you have like a minimum viable, and that's what you end up shipping, and you always fall short. And that's true of all software, even open source projects. It's not like we just wait until it's perfect, but there has to be a judgment call on it. And you could say that's because we have the privilege of not having, you know, those kind of deadlines, but we don't, because if we take too long, people lose interest. You know, people get frustrated like this. It's just that if we err on the other side, things are much, much worse. Yeah, and this is the best approach that I can think of, and basically approach it in more pieces. And I don't know if I did it in this other thing, because I basically suggested high level the pieces of all the work that need to get done in this issue. So I'll start beta 2. I also went in the Discord regularly where I put in updates of like how progress is made. But each one of these requires a specific redesign and a specific design consideration and R&D to see what's possible in that. But these 7 things are basically what's in beta 2. So I guess there hasn't been much progress on our success of these so far, but this is, you know, as much as I can, this is where I come out. What's been happening actually is most of the changes aren't in SolidStart. They are outside of SolidStart. So maybe that's where the visibility challenge is. But I just wanted to kind of like I agree that knowing what the things are the key to this stuff. I'm trying to think if there's anything else in this issue. Okay, yeah, and finally, I think SolidStart should have a clear roadmap. I want to support a SolidStart project so I can come. Yeah. The thing is, yes, we're just not at a stage where it's easy for people to do that contribution because the decisions are too up in the air. If anyone wants an idea of what's going on here, literally go to the next channel in our Discord, and you'll see me discussing this stuff with people every day for the last like several weeks, talking through design decisions. I also write endless hack MDs on this stuff because solving these problems is literally all I spend my time on here. I only got to 2 days ago. Like I'm still scrolling. I just want to kind of put it out there. And there's people helping with this project on their various pieces. The big thing we needed initially was Vinci up to speed, so that we can get server actions and stuff back. The next, at the same time, we need the updates in the serializer. We need updates in the router. Lots of this had to do with the router and the way we inject context into it. People will be able to help when we get to that next beta stage, right? Because then there will be something to do there. The problem is we can't release the next thing until we have enough functionality. And right now we're kind of like, we have pieces of it, but those pieces will change very rapidly. So I just haven't got around to actually do any releases on them because we're kind of at this point where we're not next scenario, but I don't want to break the people currently working on SolidStart. So there's a little bit of treading carefully, but a lot of the work is, as I mentioned, related to the router. If you actually look at the list of things that have to happen, rebase off Nitro's adapter and Vinci. Okay, done. Merge start CLI with the Sail community project. I need to follow up with this. This apparently is fairly trivial, but we actually need to finalize what this detail looks like. Okay, update the entry point. Not done because we can't pull the router out here yet. We have the meta provider out here, but we can't pull the router out here yet. Router change required. Stop aliasing other libraries. Mostly done, but again, have to do stuff with the router. Update the router. Better middleware. We have a solution for this. Probably going to throw it out there as soon as a proposal so people can look at it and see if it does what they need it to. I think after the last few streams, we are finally here. And if you've been following along, I've been doing a lot of exploration on this side. I think for now we are following React's use server, use client. I proposed a completely different thing, which is a lot of people were excited about because it actually made more sense from like 10,000 feet. But I don't know that A, fighting React is smart. B, it actually makes sense from a practical standpoint. Anyways. So, yeah, as I said, we've got some great feedback here that we've been looking at. Again, router. Yeah, I don't know about this, but I think we already fixed this innately by the change of setup. So, if you're interested in SolidStart, we should talk about the router, shouldn't we? Right? Yeah, I'm just reading back. Yeah, no, thank you, Luke. It's true. I'm not going to lie to people about the state of where Solid is at any point. I have no interest. I'm not trying to like sell people on it so hard that I have to be like, hey, we've got this thing. You should come use it. I don't sell like that. I've never sold like that. If people come and use Solid, it's because of, I'm hoping because of what the framework does or enables for them. So, yeah. I have great ambition for what Start accomplishes, and I think that's really where this comes in. Yeah, this is one of the tricky things here. I think use server at a file level is actually kind of useless for the way I'm designing APIs. I actually kind of don't want people to do it. I mean, they could. I think having the flexibility is good, but this is. Yeah. Huh. We'll get into this in a second. Can you talk about your full-time work on Solid? I'm sure it's not just head sounds going hardly. Oh, man. Yeah, because maybe, you know what I could do that might be helpful? I'll talk to the core team about this. Can I show you something, guys? I'm gonna put something on the screen that's a little bit private, but I don't think there's any private information in it. Me and Alexis, and Milo when he's available, do something called async stand-up. I actually run our stuff very much like a normal company development team, but we work at different hours. Alexis is 15 hours ahead of me, so it makes it difficult. But I've worked in that scenario. I once was a QA lead over a team of where my whole team was based out of China. Every day we do stand up. Every day. We've been doing it since I put this in place, but since I think August. But there every day we do stand up. So I don't know. I could make this channel public perhaps, and then that give people even more visibility. Yeah, August 7th. We've been doing stand up every day. So. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's the kind of visibility people want into it. It's a consideration. But yeah, the work is being done. And what you're going to see when, if I pull up my stand-up here is, like, it's a combination of R&D, like looking at solutions, a combination of design. It's a combination of reviewing PRs and looking at people's issues. It's a combination of working on freaking stream covers, approving designs, looking at people's benchmarks. It's prepping. I spend a huge amount of time prepping for presentations. I do a lot of slides. Whenever I have a talk, it usually takes me about a week of time. I can reuse most of my talks, but sometimes I've recently been turning them more down because I don't have time for it. Yeah, and the problem is like, so like, if you're wondering how much of my time goes to actually sitting down and coding on a given week, it might be like 2 out of 5 days, 2.5 if I'm lucky. You know, I've been able to focus on it more recently, which is why I wasn't on Twitter. But I also man our social media accounts. I've offloaded that at times in the past. I've had, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, yeah. There's reasons that we don't put everything out in the open because we don't want to, you know, set expectations. Like designing, look at this, reviewing docs designs. That's cool. Yeah, we had some Lady Blue Note in here. I've been trying to get more active with the team. Me and Alexis are vigilant. I was trying to get everyone else in here as well, doing stand-ups. I think it's a cool idea. The thing is, it's not a one-man show. That's like saying someone that the CEO is a one-man show. It's that ultimately, yes, I don't need to go write all the code. Like Nikhil's done more work on SolidStart than I have. But someone still has to be aware of everything that's happening and be able to make decisions and execute them and push R&D at the same time, you know? I'm also I try and spend my time active in the JavaScript singles TC39 thing, which, you know, has some kind of time pressure to it because you have to make sure that, you know, everyone gets aligned for that. So I end up in weekly meetings and discussions around future signals design because, you know, make sure Solid's represented. Yeah, I mean, it's not... Earlier I was explaining how it's not just me, that a lot of people are doing stuff, but there is a lot of facets of it. If it was just me, this would be impossible. Like, this would be just astronomically impossible. It's just that I myself am very busy, so to speak. But I do think that there's varying benefits to everything. And part of my job, in a sense, are these streams that we're doing and we're talking about right now, because this is keeping face. This is talking about things. This is getting people learning about projects, and because I have to do this groundwork research anyways, right? Like, it's important that I stay connected and I know what's going on. So like, this is just all part of the parcel, right? It's not just like one guy writing code. The exact point is it's not, and because it's not, we've scaled beyond just developers sitting on their laptop on the couch to like managing a whole bunch of variable assets. It's not like I have many full-time employees, so to speak. It's like juggling a bunch of people who have all their own incentives that aren't getting paid for it necessarily. So it's like, you know, as I said, I appreciate what everyone does because it wouldn't be possible otherwise. But it's also like, you know, making sure that you can direct people to be able to help. You know, I've been engaging people to help with projects like the router. You know, there's too much where there's opportunity. I try and pull people in so that they can take on that responsibility if they want to. But it's always hard. You need like a few people who are especially motivated, who can actually drive a lot of the stuff themselves, right? Like, who can handle that stuff, right? In a lot of ways, like Nikhil, for example, and Alexis can kind of go off on their own and like discuss them on themselves and figure stuff out without me being involved. You need people at a certain level that takes time to invest in, and it takes their time to have available and commitment. So this, you know, Sarah's leading docs, incredible effort, you know. It's translating that to things that everyone can come and do a pull request on is hard, especially at certain stages. Co-working stream when? that's a fair question. It's funny because there's like I have meetings. Me and Alexis, have an evening meeting that goes a couple hours, and we dig into stuff. We could probably just do them straight on the Discord if it made sense. Like, where we get into really technical stuff on Start. Sometimes Nikhil will be around. Like, yeah, I don't know. The funniest thing is, except for those unique opportunities where we get to sit down and actually like co-code, when I'm interfacing with other people in Solid, my interaction is not as I'm like the manager. I'm not like, it's not like there's not a ton of like pure pair programming, if that's what people are looking for. So I'm not sure it'd make a good stream. But yeah, I think people, I'm hoping you kind of get the idea here, right? I like when I went and did the conferences for 2 months, basically nonstop in the spring. I was the only one working at SolidStart at the time. It did kind of go on halt a bit, right? Arguably, it wasn't the right time to do it, maybe, but that's when the conferences were, and it was, you could argue how good it was for showing face, but, like, do we get as many new people interested in Solid from the conferences? The funny thing is, I don't know if we did from the attendees, but we definitely did from the speakers. Wouldn't have such great representatives in the Solid community like Attila, who we had on last week, if it wasn't for meeting him at a conference. I'm pretty sure, like, he's recently been working on a remake of the Solid intro video, right? This is how projects involve people, not just code, and those connections need to be made, and those people connections are probably they're definitely more important than any of the technical stuff we're doing, right? So yeah, I think to put that in perspective, maybe it would be useful to give people a bit of a look under the hood of what it looks like to work full time on an open source framework, right? I'm not even talking about my involvement with Netlify, who keep fairly hands off, but again, we need to understand each other to benefit from our arrangements. So I spend time with the team understanding the latest platform features, talk to them, planning around what frameworks are going to release. Like, yeah, there's a lot of things, but this all works towards a common goal. So like, that's valuable. Hey Dev, you just catching the end of me ranting about, not even ranting, but about answering the question of how long it will take for SolidStart 1.0. Yeah, sorry, going back to here. SolidJS, maybe I should just say this one more time. SolidJS, one repo. Solid, more than one repo. Let's pick another one. Solid Playground. Let's see how many commits are here. Contributors, 26 contributors. Nope, not even here. Let's pick another one. Solid Docs. Solid Docs next here. Let's go here. How many contributors to this one? 51 contributors to Solid Docs. That's amazing. Oh, wow. I don't think I'm even on here. Okay, let's keep on going. Let's keep on going. Solid Site. Solid has a website. Let's go here. 160 contributors. Oh, I did contribute in this one. Let's look here. To be fair, this is like all David, so. All right, there I was. I did something at some point. Where are we? Templates. Those V templates that everyone uses. 40 contributors? Okay. Am I on here? I think I'm on here. Ah, there I am. I did commit once. How about solid refresh? Where was I? I think I've done some work here. I think this one might be kind of split. 10 contributors, not that many people worked on solid refresh. Okay, I am the winner. I beat Alexis by 1 commit. Okay. How about SolidStart? Let's look at SolidStart. SolidStart. It's a good one because I was the only one maintaining it for a while. Let's go here. How many contributors there? 165. That's nice. Okay, now my guess is I'm going to show up as the highest contributor, but I think it's misleading. Yeah. Okay. 520 commits. Then Nikhil Serif, 435, and then other Nikhil Serif account, 160. So yeah, Nikhil's a winner. But yeah, so me and Nikhil are about 50-50 on SolidStart. But like, the funniest thing is, like, Solid has the most maintenance, but most of my commits, like, and it's hard to see on the complexity here, are like these little PR things. This has by far the most commits over the whole age of stuff, but yeah. Anyway, I could just keep on going, but I'm not going to. Yeah, what about the router? Yeah, what about that router? Yeah, okay. Sorry, give me a second to drink some water. I think that where downloads are up. That's nice. Where can there's an turn. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Ryan Turnquest. We say something else, but that something else is Marco. We kind of switched places, and he built Marco Run, as Michael Rawlings was telling us the other week. Yeah, but the router, is Ryan Turnquest still the winner? Let's see. Okay. No. Ryan did all the work here. See, I did the early work. Then Ryan did a huge amount of work to make the router what it is today. And then I've done sparing work here. Right? So we need some new help on the router, because the router is probably the most important project other than SolidStart. Well, other than Solid Core, but like out of the library projects. And I've been kind of, David put an advertisement out on Twitter, and we got some hits and people willing to help with this to varying degrees, even the man Tanner himself. But figuring out stuff forward. But there's still some stuff that needs to be figured out. Yeah, there's always fear of it being abandoned. Yeah. Well, I don't know. You're right. It's always possible. I'm just, one day am I going to wake up after doing this for 7 years and being like, I'm done? I don't know. But this has grown beyond me to such a large degree. There's so much stuff that, needs to be done over time. I think one of the biggest challenges is that Solid is different enough from React that I can't just onboard people in the same sort of way. They have to understand the vision of it, not just like, oh, this works in React, let's do it. But I mean, that if people want to step up and do stuff that way, that's a good starting point. Ryan Turnquist got involved with the router because he basically ported React router to Solid. And then I was like, okay, let's do this, And I think that, the same could be said of other stuff. Yeah, exactly. Okay. But I wanted to talk about the router a lot because I've been working a lot on, my docs here. And I was kind of, a few streams back, I presented this createAsync and cache API. And I still stand by this design, but I realized a few things in the last week that completely change the thinking. First of all, I spent a bunch of time examining Next.js's caching solutions and then bugging people on Theo's Discord about like, why does Next do this? Is this weird? So a lot of my work has been about decoupling the router from SolidStart, as mentioned. Yeah, I was thinking when you said some router, you don't. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting challenge because I'm actually not interested right now, at least, of decoupling um, um, our server component mechanisms from the router. I think it's actually challenging enough of a problem, and I think I give it credit on React side to think of this in a general sense, but right now, well, I mean, they kind of can be decoupled from the router because if you serve a page and treat it as server only, you don't need the router. It's just to do the partial nesting, that is a router problem. So is it similar? Maybe on a certain level. I last week I gave an example of how I decoupled Solid Meta. And I showed that Solid already had a way of injecting tags in the head automatically built in. So I put that right into Solid Meta, and then SolidStart didn't need to know about it because it just uses Solid. And since Meta knows how to inject tags into the head using Solid, didn't need to know about it. The router is a little bit trickier than that, but there's an idea of, which I talked about last week, about get a request event, which is going to be universal on the server side using Node local storage, which means that a router could read from that directly and get the request, like the URL and stuff. And then again, SolidStart wouldn't need to know about it as long as like they could share some kind of convention. Yeah, Jesse, if you have a link to this, I would probably be very interested in this because I have been doing a bunch of work here because I wrote this table because I was like, persistence is a tricky problem because when I wrote cache, it could mean a million things to people, and I was like, I made this table because I was trying to like see if I could notice a pattern, because everything from what I call the preload cache, which is like the link hovering, all the way down to the database for persistence, there's like tons of levels where you can store things and then throw them away and invalidate them, and it's kind of like a challenge to figure out like the benefits, because like some of these things like a CDN generally aren't personalized, or like Vercel's data layer, like you can use the fact that this is unique, like the cache headers or the URL, like maybe you have some access token on it, and then it can be personalized, but the mechanism isn't scoped by default, I think. There's like other things like, say, the request cache, like that lasts the life of server request, which, just gets thrown away. Like it's very ephemeral versus something like based in the user session or in the page, like the page load, which lasts a lot longer. And I started trying to categorize a bunch of these caching solutions to decide like what behavior you wanted. And one interesting thing that I observed that didn't occur to me at first was that the cache API is very composable because it takes an async function in and returns the async function out. So you can wrap as many of these wrappers around the cache as you want, right? You can just kind of like build them out and get the behavior. And I think we can use this and leverage it to our advantage. I think one of the hardest problems that I had for solving this zone is that createAsync, I don't know about this API, but createAsync everyone likes because it's very easy. You just have a reactive expression, you call your fetch call, it looks nice. But this is actually at odds with making hydration work, because when you run this on the client, you don't want to fetch again what you already fetched on the server. And if you can't get in the middle, like we can with the current create resource where there's the two halves, we can't stop the promise from happening, essentially, which has been the whole problem here. So I thought, well, then we need to add a cache just to do plain hydration. And React needs a cache, to even if you forget about waterfalls, I believe the cache is really important, even for like the way suspense works. Like you don't want to use memo, or like they don't have that. Like if the same component reruns again, you don't want to fetch the function in. They actually need that mechanism core. We already have create resource or create async or whatever to be able to handle these scenarios. So we don't actually need another primitive. Like, why would we use cache? Well, cache has benefits in that you can hoist it above, you can do preloading, a few other things. But it occurred to me that this whole world gets a billion times simpler if we could just somehow make hydration work without the cache. Continue serializing the createAsync. And the reason this is important is this API is better for composition. And I'm going to show you an example of why this API is better for composition. Because if you've ever seen create resource, actually, you know what? I might have to pull up Discord to find what I'm looking for here. Let me see if I can find this. Maybe I had something where we'll get to that in a second. I had something that was kind of cool where let me see if I can find create resource. I have to jump up a little bit here in my thing, but yeah, no, not that. Yeah, here it is. Create async versus create resource. The problem with create resource is that if you want to refetch something, if you just wrap the fetching function, you have no way of doing it because it's not reactive, it's untracked. So there's no way to trigger like a revalidation. And Solid doesn't re-render, right? Like Solid, you render everything on the page, or you listen to signals, and then you're like, hey, like think remix style, where you're like, I've reloaded the page, I want to update the data. Like I want to refresh the data for this page. You're not going to re-render the page, you're just going to update those resources. And you want the router to be able to trigger that invalidation basically automatically. Well, if you wrap only this part, you can't do it because like it's detached from the reactivity. What people do is create resource returns a refetch, and then what you do is you basically wrap the whole create resource and then register all the refetches and then call the refetches from your caching solution. This is how Solid Urkel works. This is how a bunch of them work. And it's kind of awkward because then you need a create loader or create like route data. You need like to start building primitives on primitives. And the problem with that, which is fine pattern for end user final libraries like solid query, use query or create query, but it's not good as a baseline because then people who want that functionality, like if someone else builds off create resource and you build off create resource and you want them both together, it doesn't work. It's not composable. No multi-inheritance, so to speak. And I create resource, because it has refetching, kind of has to have the mutation APIs. So it has all these complexities. And if you want to make it a store, well, you have to diff on the fetch. And because it has the mutation APIs, you have to mutate on you have to diff on the mutation. Like you're basically stuck in this really awkward zone. And this is why create resource is so overloaded. Like if you want to handle hydration, like this primitive has to handle literally everything, expose it out, and then people have to wrap it completely. And it's really, a pain in the ass. Whereas create async, doesn't have these problems because it's reactive. Like if you wrap this fetch call, then you could do what you want with it. You still have the reactive context here. If you don't have, I didn't show the signatures, but if you don't have mutation, then all the stuff you need for stores can happen in the same wrapper. And I'm hoping you guys are still following me, but let me show you what I mean by that. I made an example called, which I've been doing this to-do example for the last couple weeks. And I made a version that used the proposed cache and action APIs, right? And this one was pretty good. Use createAsync, which I realized that I could basically fake createAsync by passing the promise from the first half into the second. What I mean by that, I think I show it down here, is createAsync is basically just createResource where you pass the promise through. So you generate the promise on the first half and then you pass it straight through. The thing with createResource is if you send only one argument, it assumes it's not reactive and it's the fetcher. This way, if you do this, you basically make a weak version of createAsync. So I basically did that so that I could set this up. Yeah, you're getting to where I'm going to get to here in 2 seconds. Yes, exactly. This is the problem here. I'm going to throw one of those crazy ideas out, and you guys can tell me how terrible of an idea it is. But just this, if we can just assume for a second, like obviously you could solve this with a cache for hydration, but let's assume for a second. I'll get to where I was talking about in a minute, and when you guys can shoot down my crazy idea. But where I was getting at is I just made this API. So I just went cache, action, this. And actually, if I refresh this page, I think we're going to see that I actually updated it. Or I made it even simpler, where I put the cache inside the fake API. So then I just import my functions from like a different location. See, that API was a good example of like if this whole fake API was used server, then I'd wrap them here. But I was like, okay, let's pretend that we're not doing that. So I'm going to import my functions directly from my API, just use them directly, because this is more of like what the feeling is. I got some optimistic updates. I think I showed this example on stream before, but it's like you do this and then like it might fail and then you can edit it. And this is like the full optimistic updates. I made a version. I forget, did I show you guys the version I made with forms last week? I can't remember if I showed the, does anyone remember if I showed the version that worked with forms? I actually made a version work with lowercase form. Anyway, and yeah, action, for those, if I didn't say it before, action getting given a name is a way to solve that form problem. I'm not too worried about that. We just need to give it a key, and then essentially we will work for SSR. If I don't need to do any crazy serializing the bundle garbage I was talking about before. Where I was going to get here is I'm going to go into this file and look at our fake API. And all I did here was like get to-dos is cache, create delay to-dos, action, cache. So I pulled this out now into here, okay? And then the API kind of works as we want. As I mentioned, createAsync is just a createResource that passes the promise through. So, okay. This seems, where am I going here? This seems like not a bad experience. You can preload the thing ahead of time in your component. You can wrap it in a createAsync. You can either use the form directly, or you can go, call the submit, get the submit function using the action. You can use the in-flight submissions to do optimistic updates. This so yeah, this is all fine. But one thing that I noticed was this. Let's look at this. I mean, everyone probably notices this, but let's close this down for a second, and let's look what happens when I have a couple of these. I have 3 of these items here, and then I start typing in this box. So I'm going to go GGGG. So now I've updated this one when I on change out. Oh, it collapsed. The reason it collapsed is this whole div was replaced. Not just the thing, the whole div was replaced when I updated it. And the reason it replaced is because we're just using a resource. So when we updated the signal, we got a new object back from the server. These ones stayed the same, so the references were the same. But if they weren't, if we sent back the whole list and it wasn't, using equality checking like it is, this whole list would basically re-render. Sure, you don't see it in the client, it looks fine, but it's actually recreating this DOM element, this whole div, this whole row. So not exactly what you want. So I'm like, can we get stores in here? And if you use createResource, we have this experimental storage API, right? And the reason it was experimental is because I kind of knew that it wasn't actually, let's not do that. Let's just do, where is this? Let's just go to me. I was like, let's add store behavior to it. And if you go into my fake API file, what you're going to find is it looks the same as it's looked so far. Cache, action. I didn't change this file. And in fact, if you go into index.html, I didn't change this file at all either. It's actually working the same. Now, it's arguable that I could expose this outside. But what I did was when I went to data.ts, I was like, I created 2 functions. I have the simple cache, which is the cache mechanism that I showed before, that basically uses some kind of map based on the key, which I think, what did I use for the key for the cache? It's right here, isn't it? Key. Yeah, actually, I did something very simplistic here. I let the end user set the key. So they just return a function. The function gets the same arguments that the function gets. So if this had an ID, you get the ID here, right? Like if this was like ID, then you go here and you go, what is this? Oh, it's ID. Oh, ID string. So my function has ID string. So the key has ID string, and then you can go like to-dos plus ID. You get the idea. So you, but what the important thing is here is that I had my cache, and then I export cache as actually, again, being composed. Again, we could pull this out, but I said I just took my cache and I wrapped my async store and then, made that the cache function because it's composable. And what's the async store? Well, it creates a store, and then if the object that is a promise, it attaches the end and sets the store with the reconcile function, and then returns the store.value. So the store is just an empty object with a value prop that's whatever the value comes in. And then we diff the value, and then we return the value in. And as it turns out, the simple wrapper that literally could just wrap the function that you pass in for createResource or whatever, like the fetcher function, like the cache function. Now when we look at it, inspect, and we open these up, and let's add something new. Okay. Oh, really? This example is not going to work for me right now? That was weird. Okay. I must have broke something in this example since the last time I looked at it. It's fine. Let's go here again. I could probably show this simply from here. If I change this text, and let's keep this. Did you see that? It didn't replace the div. Yeah, these elements updated because they did, but it's using the reconcile function. essentially. So instead of replacing the whole thing, it's only updating what's changed using the store diff. And I did this simply. I mean, you saw the code a second ago. It's like literally like promise then reconcile and return that, and that's basically the cached value inside createAsync. So its internals become a store, and then it just diffs when the new data comes in. But there's no storage option, create deep signal, none of that. It literally is just like the super promise then set store. You know, the reason is because I don't need to expose the setter, because the createAsync can't mutate. The idea is if you want to mutate, you do something like create writable. I don't know if I talked about this much on stream, but the idea is you wouldn't change the data source. You would derive something that acts as like a temporary writable on top. So like, I mean, I don't have an example here, but like if you wanted to update a to-do, like let's say you're iterating over the to-dos and you want to have an editable version of the to-do that wasn't getting pushed back, you would go like const, you know, t set t equals create writable, and then you could like let's say you want to update the title, right? So you go like this, set title equals create writable to do dot title. And then what would happen here is it would initialize like a memo that whenever this changed reactively, it would update. So it'd be still part of the reactive graph. And then you could temporarily use set title to override it until you saved it back, which would trigger the reactive graph. This is so that the reactive graph, this fixes the need for create computed, which is a whole other topic. But my point is, there's ways to take a reactive thing and make an ephemeral state that derives off it. This is good for like controlled forms and stuff. This primitive is actually really easy to write. It's just like a memo that returns a signal, but it's probably going to be core and solid in 2.0. But in the meanwhile, it's like 3 lines of code. My point is, we don't need to build the mutation APIs into createAsync, which drastically simplifies stuff. I'm getting somewhere. What if you need to change the reconcile options? Yeah. I didn't put this here, but let me. Okay. There's actually a simple solution for this. Options. Options. You just define them on the store, right? Like, to be fair, for this to actually work, we'd have to do this and pass the options through the cache here. I don't know if I want to combine these. I'm just kind of throwing it out here that, yeah, this is just kind of prototyping like what the mechanism would be, but we could definitely configure it on a per cache. I actually kind of like this because each cached thing could set its own reconcile logic, right? Anyway, so, you know, this one works because they use IDs, and IDs is the default reconcile option, but you just configure it on your cache essentially and go like, you know, similar to what create route data does today. So this is viable. This simple wrapper works. The only problem is hydration. So, okay. Okay. Are you ready for this, Greg? See if I can find it here. It's easier to show you than it is to do this. I'm actually gonna have to edit an issue. Give me 2 seconds. Yeah, see, I'm showing it right here. This is the createAsync to store thing, but okay, let's do this right here. Okay, I didn't finish my example. Here you go, Greg. Do you understand what I'm showing you? Is this the hackiest thing you've ever seen? This only happens during hydration, during the synchronous execution of createAsync. You don't run it any other time. And I can't believe I'm going to suggest even doing this. But it solves everything. Yeah, I knew you were like, I knew you were going to be like, man. But like, it's unobservable except for that small async execution. Okay, what I am suggesting here, and this is where you guys like shout at me and throw fruit. I actually literally say that. I see you patching global fetching. Yes, I patched a global. Yes. And it's so funny. I literally came up with a solution right after being in Theo's Discord and being like, I'm too much of a gentleman to patch global fetch. But just think about this for a second. When it runs the front half of the function, you just try finally to make sure it restores. You basically make all the promise constructors and the fetch function basically no op. What I'm not showing here is that, look, I'll do it in a browser for you. People are surprised about how freaking broken JavaScript is and security and all this, but look, let's just do this right on the browser. Okay. I'll make this really easy. Let's go P equals promise, okay? Promise, we all use promise, right? Okay. And we will make, what else should we do? F equals fetch. Okay, good. Or it's lowercase fetch, isn't it? Okay, sweet. So if I go new promise, it's going to complain, a bunch of stuff. But if I go promise equals, well, actually, did I make it right here already? Yeah, I mean, let's do something simpler than this. I won't patch all the methods. Promise equals class constructor console.log hi. And if we go fetch equals return promise or new promise, that also is nothing. Yay. Now, if I call fetch, what do you think is going to happen? It console logs hi. And the thing is, reactivity, yeah, it's the problem's not resolved, it's not there. I have to actually, there's a little bit more that I have to do here. Let's go back here, try resolve, turn new promise. Okay, let's do this. Oh, damn it. Resolve, return new promise. Okay, let's try this again. Okay. But the thing is, you have to understand is the reason the reason this works is because reactivity can't track past the first await. So, like, it doesn't matter if the function never finishes. If someone writes createAsync, whatever, and goes and writes, okay, I mean, we can make this right now in the browser while we're hacking here, right? We can go, let's make a signal A, right? Console.log signal, right? So now we got A, right? And then let's make, then we have our function, right? So our function that we're going to run, function equals, you can pretend this is what we pass into createAsync, is going to basically create a new promise. Yeah, I'm trying to think how I want to show this off. Let's make fetch user equals like some API that we use. Doesn't really matter. Actually, I could just use fetch for this example, couldn't I? Yeah. Let's make our function equal that we pass to createAsync equal fetch, and we're gonna. It doesn't really matter. Let's make a URL like /API/ users /a. So it's going to call our signal, right? Right. We're getting the ID from A, right? And actually, no. I'm gonna up the stakes a bit. We're gonna make this an async function, and we're gonna give it a function body and go like const res equals await fetch, and then we're gonna go return res.json. Okay. And then I'm gonna go like that. Okay. So you pretend this is our async function that we pass into our createAsync call. And then while we're hydrating, we do that patching I showed you, and then we call the function. Oh, it's because the freaking I didn't patch res.json. Screw it. You guys get, it doesn't matter. Console.log never get here. Okay. Oh, weird. It does get there. Okay. I gotta look at this, but you yeah, why does it get there? It's probably because the promise that I set back. I gotta do a little bit of work here, but you kind of get what I'm getting at. It should be possible to essentially stall the program at this first await, and it still tracks the signal, and then we throw this away, and I checked, it does garbage collect when the promise that never resolves loses references, and then we replace it with the promise that we serialized during hydration. So it runs this once, gets the dependencies, and then uses the promise that we got from the server. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think if we patch all the methods, we'll be good. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. So you can track after the wait. I can't track after the await. So, yeah. So this is basically, in one ways, sort of hacky, but you have to understand is I'm not keeping this, like, it's literally just during the call of that one function synchronously. Outside of that code, you have access to the normal thing. I'm not like permanently patching it. I'm just like saying, like, while this one synchronous function runs, we're going to know op your fetches and your promises. And then, yeah, hydration will work without refetching. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is just a very small little trick, and we don't need to on-hydrate with this method because Solid's serializer dedupes. So the cache can handle its own serialization, and the createAsync can handle its own serialization. So we expose that, and they can both call serialize, and then they'll both serialize the same value, which means it'll get deduped, which means we don't need a hydrate call, so they can work relatively independently. So we just completely reduce the API service around it, and we're able to, basically have this much simpler primitive. This is Zone.js. No, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not patching it permanently. I'm patching it for like this is like a try finally. Like try, run the function, finally restore it. Just for that one little execution. I don't know. I'm glad people don't completely hate it. But I know I can see the I can see the stuff. The funny that's what they all say. The funny thing about this is if I didn't tell everyone on stream that I was doing this right now, I don't even know if people would yeah, I don't even know if people would pick up on it. They might. It needs to be documented, but I think it's just like it's subtle enough, and we could argue that this is a temporary solution until we get resumability, because then if we're resumable, then we wouldn't even have to run the function. Just throwing it out there. But this lets me go forward from an API standpoint, because I am not handled it. Cache does not need to be core to Solid, which is huge, because the primitive is incredibly powerful with createAsync, and 2.0 even more so with the way that it propagates through the whole reactive graph. And we don't need a new concept for the people doing the simple stuff. The people who pick up the cache want to, because they're doing router-based stuff. Maybe they're... I only mostly hate it. A generator that yields a different promise than the real promise might make more sense to me. Can I do that in a way that... I didn't think about that. No, but... I feel like if you're suggesting that like inline while it goes, it actually swaps in the right promise. I don't know if there's edge cases around that, but that's interesting as well. I mean, we can get fancy with it. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so let's get back to where I'm getting at, because you start seeing that now if this is not core, then we can basically alleviate this from the Solid perspective on a design basis. We're just like, okay, createAsync will be installed 2.0 and it's going to be the solution to everything, right? Like, I'm joking only partially, because it also handles like all our data fetching across the board. And basically what I'm saying is you're going to use cache because you want to use cache. So I finally did it. I've been talking for months and months and months about, let me put the share link in the thing if people want to look at it. But what a future router would look like that worked for client-side rendering, worked for server components, worked for SSR, what the universal router could look like. And I decided to take the current Solid router README and update it as if I'd already implemented the future universal router that works in all of these contexts. So, yeah, I guess this could have been a stream on its own. Oh well, guys. Now I have nothing to talk about next week. We'll just skip it. I updated Solid's docs. Now, I feel like docs are a good way to kind of get a feel for like how these things can work. Now, you guys can tell me if this is terrible, and if you have suggestions, I'm more than open to it. But the idea here is your app would start with the router component. Okay, no surprise here. And then you could define your routes by passing them as children to the router component. Now, I'm not opposed to pulling the construction of the router out, kind of like TanStack does. But it's important that the router gets the routes directly, not like these nested routes components. It's also important for server components that the router wraps the part of the page that acts as the top level layout that gets refreshed on a page refresh, but not on a navigation. That's why I didn't put stuff outside of the router. You could in CSR and SSR and not care, but for server components, you want actually everything, even context, inside the router. So I made a root prop or app prop or layout I played with, but I hate the word layout. I made a root prop and I pass what the app is. And this is where you do that. So you could easily see us in the past putting this outside of the router, but I want it to be inside in case there's stuff that dynamically updates in here. Obviously this is static, so it doesn't. But you'll notice that props.children is where it's going to insert the route. There is no outlet component in this method. Again, because with server components, outlet doesn't really work. It uses context. People can try and like inject it in the wrong place, like injecting the client component doesn't make sense. Props children enforces the server client tree divide. So there, okay. And then obviously you can still lazy load routes like you've always done, right? Lazy, put them in. Okay. Everyone with me so far? You guys have been kind of quiet. I am expecting an answer, just so you know. Someone's going to just say I'm alive in the chat or something like that. Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, let's keep on going. All right, maybe I'll blow this up one more size to make it a little bit more readable. Okay. Yeah, I actually got to give Jesse a big shout out. He's the one who suggested me to pass the routes this way. I had them both as props, and it was really awkward because these would always be fragments, and this one needs to pass the outlet in. And originally I had it as a special outlet, but then I was like, I can just make it a component, and then I can use props children the same as we would do on any page. Okay. So creating links. Well, we need to support server components, things that aren't hydrated. So our default is actually, we're going back full circle. We used to do this with Solid Router back in 0.5, and then we changed it. We are going back to lowercase a. I'm glad you asked. We're going to get there. But I'll skip ahead for you just because it's such a simple solution. Where is it? There's a section here that's like, not components, config-based routing. Here it is. See, you just do this. Make your route config. And then you, like, as I said, we could play with the fact that we could create a router with it instead of putting it directly, but the routes component, is just it just returns this JSON anyways, right? So nothing fancy. Oh, did we get a raid from Nate Codes? Thank you, Nate, for coming in. We are talking about what the future of universal routing looks like. I just rewrote the Solid README for the Solid Router for a router that would support client-side rendering, server-side rendering, and server components all as a single router. So, yes, thank you for joining. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know if they've updated their stuff. I was looking at their older stuff. We are a cross between my original router, which was actually more like this, and then we went more React router. There's a lot of convention stuff that were very similar. Me and the React router guys are probably very much aligned these days. Hey, already gave you a big shout out for the amazing work you did on docs a bit earlier. So, yeah, I mean, I'm using docs here as a way of introducing this. I actually rewrote the router README so that I could see if I liked how it worked. So yeah, we just put our routes in the router, our root component, lazy load it. Okay, so where was I? Links, lowercase anchor. It doesn't mean that if you want, obviously it detects if links are outside the site or if they have a specific target, but it means that if you don't want a local link to use this, then you're going to have to put something like target self on it, or we'll maybe have a prop rel external. So there are trade-offs with this, but this is important for our server component future. And not even server components, islands, like client routed islands. I don't know if I want to use the term server components, but this also works with client side routing. And like if you have like an MPA mode, you just wouldn't have the JavaScript anyways. So like it would just work normal. Like capital A still exists because you want to set the active class, but it's like conceptually a client component or an island, so to speak. Lowercase is your default. Yes, our nested routes still route children of route. Then the props children are passed to the component prop. Exactly. Yeah, we'll get there in two seconds here. Dynamic routes, same path matching stuff. Animation transitions, extensions, blah 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 blah. Nested routes, yeah, still this, and then when you're inside, you use props.children. Right? That's why it's the same pattern all the way down. And I was getting kind of like inlining them. This example used to use the element, right? Remember it used to use element here, and I've removed the element prop. I'm sorry, guys. You can still inline stuff like this, but the reason I removed the element prop is besides being ambiguous and actually a pain to detect in all the cases, because outlet needs to pass props.children, it's always going to be a callback anyway. Like, there's no other way to get the outlet in, so I'm not going to bother with element prop. We just have component prop. I know this gets us away from like classic React Router, but were we ever classic React Router? How does active class work? Yeah, you use capital A. Capital A still exists. I think I might have answered this. The funny thing is, it's already a global listener in Solid. When we switched to capital A, we just added a property that scopes it to that. But we've been using a global delegation for Solid anchors this whole time. Otherwise, our islands router solutions and stuff wouldn't work either. So yeah, global delegation is the secret to making this stuff work. It's already there. It's also the way that I made my form example work last week. I don't know if maybe I didn't show this off on the stream. If I go back here just for a second, no, where is it? Did I show route loader action form? It's the same example, the to-do that I did last time, except instead of using instead of going use action here, I just went form action add to do, and then form action update to do, and button form action toggle to do. I have some TypeScript issues here, obviously, and I couldn't use a checkbox here. I had to use a button for this toggling because I needed to do form submits. Technically, I could style a checkbox and do nicer stuff, but I'm not CSS whiz. But I'm just showing here that forms with form actions could work directly with optimistic updates and with these action APIs that I think. I had to make a new one because I had to change toggle to do and updating the text of the to do. The title actually had to be two different actions when you use forms. It's clunkier. I don't know why you'd want to give up TypeScript. One of the best things about this action cache API is that like literally the types pass straight through. And now all these things are just like, oh, guess what? Form data. Guess what? Form data. Guess what? Form data. But obviously server components with this solution, lowercase form, you wouldn't have to ship the component, use a client component. So yeah, yay. Anyways, getting back to my router docs. Everyone following so far? Okay. Cache API. To prevent duplicate fetching and trigger refetching, we provide a cache API. That takes a function, returns the same function. Okay. It is expected that the arguments of the cache function are serial levels. This cache accomplishes the following. It does deduping on the server for the lifetime of the request. It does preload cache in the browser, which lasts 10 seconds. I'm just picking an arbitrary time. I was like at 5, but then I was like, 5 might be like too fast. The idea is this is going to be fairly quick. When a route is preloaded on hover, or when the preload is called when entering into a route, it will make sure to dedupe the calls. We have a reactive refetch mechanism based on key, so we can tell which routes that aren't new to retrigger on action revalidation. I use this name here as serialized with cache. We can play with this API a little bit. Maybe it's just a string, but you kind of get the idea. It will, and then here's the most interesting part. It will serve as a back forward cache for browser navigation for up to 5 minutes. Any user-based navigation or click links bypasses this. So they only cache for the 10 or 5 seconds, but if someone presses the browser forward or back buttons, it will last up to 5 minutes, so that when you go into a page and go directly back, you get the cached results, unless they've been invalidated due to some other action you did, because this will also get replaced with revalidation. Anyways, that's the basic idea. On the server, it will act like React Cache. React Cache does just this one, the one here. We add all this behavior because I didn't really show it in a fine-grained way in the demos that I was showing over here with the route cache. But what's really cool about this cache is if you go in here in our fake API and you say return to-dos or something, or maybe it was like get to do singular, to-dos one ID, and then you do something that causes an action that causes it invalidate the one to-do or something. Nothing, the page doesn't reload, the action just fires, and then it will cause the cache to trigger, but the cache has to know how to trigger createAsync. And the way I did that, and it's in this thing here, is when I create the cache thing, I create I take the function that gets passed into the cache, and I create a signal with equals false. And then essentially when you call revalidate or whatever the thing is, it does a start transition and it maps over the keys. And if it's looking for a specific key, it can narrow it down, or some key match. This is very simple, but you could use like TanStack's like partial key match thing. And then it basically gets it and calls the signal and then removes itself from the cache or whatever. Like this is a simple one. I don't have the 5-minute cache thing working yet, but my point is that because it calls that signal, the thing that I created down here for the simple cache, well, it reads the signal here to track it. So this function is inside the tracking part of createAsync. So it's just using baseline reactivity to retrigger createAsync. That's why it's important that createAsync tracks. And I was actually kind of tempted talking to someone that I should probably untrack the function you pass into createAsync. Possibly, I need to make a decision there just so that it's very clear what's reactive and not. In any case, it's not a. Actually, maybe because of this way of composition, we shouldn't, because you're just doing function. But anyways, my point is we're simply using reactive signal tracking as a way to do the invalidation. It's as simple as just setting a signal and it'll trigger whatever's listening to it. So based on an action, you could set a key, and I'm thinking we still use our response model, so we could actually have a server action invalidate something on the client simply by, we could. I'll show an example here. I haven't settled completely on the APIs, but I'm thinking that the action, where is it? Could like put some headers or something on it in terms of what they're invalidate on the response, and then essentially that key will cause the update, which will trigger createAsync, which will then, revalidate the specific data, and when you're on a client-side scenario, and then automatically diff it to do the fine-grained update, fetch and diff. So the whole thing kind of just wires together based on this behavior. Is this opt-outable? Yeah, it depends on what you want to do. There's going to be some options there, obviously, but generally, you don't need cache as a core mechanism. So you can just not use cache and go use tanstaff query. Like this mechanism is designed to have this behavior. We could probably play around with timeouts a little bit if it makes sense. And obviously preloading can be turned off on a link basis like it is for most routers or whatever. But the point is like this is like the default kind of setup, and you can always just choose not to use this cache API. Yeah, because cache from React only does this. So the tricky, actually, someone shared with me the other day. Let me see if I can find it. Unstable cache. Next is building a cache on top of React cache where they're trying to do something similar, and they have a name. And because if it was only in one environment, just on the server, then you don't need a key because you use the function reference, like the function itself, sorry, that you pass in as a reference. But when you're going across the wire, it's not stable. You can't trust the bundler. We had this conversation, I think, the other week. So a name is really, or a key or whatever, is really the only way to do it for the communication to work cross server. Right. And it's needed for, number 4. And it's also needed for number 3, so that we can like pick off certain things. Yeah, default, we can refresh everything, but we can go like, okay, because of this action, we only actually need to invalidate this one to do, not all the to-dos or something. Like, obviously we fetch the to-dos as a blob here, so that's not a good example, but like I could picture you could have like 3 different pieces of data on a page, like a user section of something like, and you're just like, okay, this mutation only needs to update this one part. You can just trigger the key essentially, and this isn't even cache based. This is just refetch based, right? Like this, like even without a cache, this mechanism needs to exist so that we can basically not re-render the page and just trigger data refetches. This is a big Next.js app router with RC browser cache could not be opted out of. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and one thing that I'm doing here differently than them, I think, is they cached like actual user actions where I'm only doing back forward cache. I'm fine making it opt-outable, I suppose, but what I'm getting at is like this is a good insight from the experiences they had here. I think one of the more interesting things for Solid is the cache isn't necessary. Like this is an opt-in API. It's not part of the core mechanism. Like, so from that perspective, we don't need to have it like, there's no cache coming from Solid the same way it comes from React. So like the challenge with Next is they were trying to bundle it. I'm not patching global fetch. I in a different way. Next had this cool thing where they had the fetch and they were patching it, with the keys. That's not my domain here. If you want to cache a fetch call, just use cache here with it. So in a sense, our cache is more like Next's unstable cache, and we have no equivalent to the React cache, or like the React cache is sort of just implied from like the most base thing, but we don't need it as part of our core rendering mechanism. Yeah. This is kind of cool. Okay, so for now, createAsync is just going to be wrapper over createResource. I showed this before. We can probably do that promise caching. I'm thinking of just releasing it through the router until we're actually ready. createAsync in Solid 2.0 is going to like blow things open, but we're already aligning for it. I mean, people were going to use create route data. I think it's a billion times better that when they pick up this API, they just use createAsync from the router and have to update it to actual Solid when the actual Solid's ready. But for now, this gets them in the right mindset. Action APIs, I think I already talked about them. If you're not using server functions, and you need to do SSR with an action, then you have to give it a name. Use action, we talked about. I love how the types work with this stuff, because you just like, use submission, use submissions. I think I talked about this before. Yeah. Yeah. This is an interesting one, trying to use the same API to double up on both sides. That's an argument for the composition of splitting it apart. The one thing that I saw that was parallel here when I get back to this is the deduping cache and the preload cache are both ephemeral. So they're kind of like the same thing. Like they're not, but they're like their own version of it. Like it's just that the deduping cache happens during the request, and the preload cache happens maybe slightly before the request or during the request, but it's basically the same deduping and it has a very short life. I'd like it to even be shorter than this, to be fair. This refetch mechanism doesn't need an actual cache to exist, but it needs the subscription keys. This is the only actual cache, and I think this is just being nitpicky because we don't need this, but I feel like I don't care about SWR and all like the performance optimization of cache. I think if you want, use TanStack query if you want to do that, go for it. I want it so that when you're on a page and you click the back button to go back, you get that page again. You don't have to worry about suspense and all that weird stuff. Like it tries to, like, there's some issues around navigation with pop state around transitions. If the data is already there, then those issues go away. So I'm kind of have my selfish motivations for it. Also, the browser works like this. I forget if I showed this ever on stream when we were experimenting. I opened my Hacker News demo, updated the data, and then pressed the back button, and I got the old data. Like that's how it works. It back and forward tries to restore it to the state that it was in. So, yeah. Yeah. This is us trying to simulate what the browser does with client-side router. Okay. Okay. Preload functions. Now, obviously, the cache function can just be called, but I'm suggesting that on your component, you can have a custom preload function. Now, one of the cool things about the component API that I haven't talked about previously, but it should be obvious, is if this is a lazy component, the router is smart enough to go like call preload on this automatically when it like knows, and we could do this ahead of time on link cover. But now I'm talking about giving us an actual function to do this, and then you can just import from the cache function this preload. The one thing you got to remember with this stuff is that the preload function or the function API should be separate from the components, because you want to lazy load the components, but not necessarily lazy load the functions. So you don't want to put the functions in the same file as the components, okay? Let me look here. And they just take the parameters and the location. They work basically very similar to the old data functions. But I was mentioning here, you kind of want to put the component lazily in one thing and put the preload somewhere else. I was talking about you could still use like the .data convention if you want to. My idea for SolidStart here is basically default export my page and then export route config. And basically this route config is literally what you'd pass to a route. So you could get match filters, you could do what, you could put your preload function, you just, everything that you'd put on the route definition other than the lazy component itself, you put in an object. So instead of route data, we do this, and then we export the default of the page. So then we put metadata, we can do everything like this. Basically, that's where I'm sitting right now with SolidStart. So yeah, let's continue here. So this takes care of the code splitting for you, but you have to like. I just want to mention for people who use this in a non-SolidStart environment without this, that you have to consider this split. Yeah, that's all good. Still have capital anchor, capital navigate, capital route. Use primitives. These are all the same. Use. Okay, so big changes from a deprecation standpoint. Outlet, routes, and use routes, all gone. Okay. There's no outlet. We use props children. Routes and use routes are weird because like we did this because of the switch component in React Router. I never had this before. I went to talk to Tanner. Tanner doesn't support this. It's just awkward to have these like nested switches. I mean, you could just nest a router at that point for all the benefits you get. You lose the data fetching. It causes waterfalls. If you need to, you need to. I know there's these recursive patterns that you can only do that way, where you could put like routes inside routes, and then you could like recursively build out UI. I'm going to tell you put routers in routers. This is just off the beaten course. The complication this has, probably not worth it. No more element prop on the route component. As I mentioned before, because you have to pass the props children in, we might as well just make everything a component. Data function and use route data are replaced by this preload mechanism. And this is probably the most controversial thing, because this allows link hover preloads, because you don't have to worry about keeping reactivity around. The biggest problem we had before was this weird thing where if we tried to implement it where you hover, it would call the data function, but then it would create a bunch of like create resources, and it's like, do you hold them around until the thing executes in a few seconds so it uses those same resources? Do you throw them away? Well, if you throw them away, there's no cache for that, right? Because we don't actually I guess if you put cache headers on the requests, then you're probably fine, and it'll probably fetch it right away. But I mean, like, you kind of get what I'm saying here. Is like, we could never do hover preloads because of the reactivity in it. I'm still recommending that people use the preload function, because they should hoist their data fetching up. It's very important, but we also we solve the TypeScript problem. If you've ever used route data, you have to go like use route data with type of checks. And if you've seen these cache APIs, let me look here. I mean, actually, I probably have an example here. When I go and I use this cache API here, look, it's a promise of to-dos. This is an accessor of to-dos. Like, the TypeScript works perfectly with these cache APIs. Use route data, you'd have to like tell it the types. So this actually is better for TypeScripts. Right? So, and also there's no context on the server components in this. So this pattern, this pattern is basically how we solve a future for server components. I mean, this is the gist of what I'm proposing. I know this is super breaking. That's why I want feedback on it. And if you're wondering, like, you start putting pieces together, it's like, how do I make SolidStart 1.0 if I don't figure out what the router is? Like, if I know that we're going to have to change the router to continue. So I needed to, one of the big other changes is we're going to be using the async local storage. So the router is going to go outside. SolidStart is actually not going to import the router. It's not even going to know about the router. It's only going to have the file system router. And then guess what? I mean, what is it? Config, router based config? It's going to be like this, right? Router routes, or router file routes router, right? Like, it's essentially Vinci gives us this, more or less, and then we just stick it in. Can you share a layout between different pages? Okay. First of all, there's the top level layout, which is shared by all pages. And then the rest of this is nested routing, the way that we've always done nested routing. So there's grouped routes. There's you nest if you want to share stuff. See, if you've ever seen a config-based routing, which again, I just pull this out here, same thing. You do this, right? Path, component, children, path. Like it looks like this, right? This is this is like the layout, and then this is the stuff for that. And I wanted to show this because this is very classic in this pattern. You have a users, which is a list of users, and then you have a specific user. And you notice how these are not nested because they aren't nested. The users might have the global layout, and then the specific user might also have the global layout, but it doesn't have the users list layout. And then inside you have, the main page for them, their settings, maybe a catch-all like a not found. This is how config based routing generally works, because the way it does path match partials, there's no such thing as a layout. So if you look at the goal with SolidStart, this config is just that config being exported reout. It doesn't care which router you have on the other end. It's just going to generate that config using this and this. Then it starts making a lot of sense why the file system routing doesn't have like a bunch of different properties. Someone linked it like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if you could use routing like Next? And I looked at this and I was like, what the fuck, sorry, is going on here? Where was it? Not this. Yeah, here we go. Layout.ts, page.ts, loading.ts, not found ts, error, global error, route, template, default. And yeah, sorry, I just missed a question because I was sitting here. Dev, so data function now just warm the cache instead of creating resources. Yes, exactly. And then resources can grab them immediately. Yes, that's the gist. You put the fetching, and people who don't use the preload function like morons, or basically like every Next.js user, then they can get the waterfalls. And, you know, maybe they won't be that bad. But this gives a mechanism so that we can support both. Yeah, I know. I know. I don't. To be fair, the waterfalls are only on the server, which is a difference, and why we need this mechanism is because on the client, those waterfalls are unacceptable. Although, to be fair, most people using React Router before Remix were actually causing those waterfalls innately anyway. Like again, I spent years just killing app demos because all the other competitors had waterfalls. So I'm very conscious of this fact. But the problem is the base design of these cache mechanisms without hoisting, the Remix guys are 100% right on this, is waterfalls. And it doesn't matter all the fancy other stuff you're doing, you know, the default is waterfalls. So we fetching components, but at the page level we still need to know what to fetch, so I can preload. So what's the point of fetching the components? Exactly. This is the biggest problem here that I've been facing with this API. Why I wanted createAsync to work without cache API. It's because mostly server components is the answer to your question, because we don't have context. And because we can render each route section independently. So without context existing, we just, unless I can find a different solution here, like, which seems doubtful, we just can't, unfortunately. But I have to give it credit to the React API, to the React style cache API, and the one that proposing Solid is, you do actually only define the hard parts in one place, right? Like, yes, you have to call, where's the example? I don't know where it is, but you have to call the get user in two places, right? Here and wherever you do your preloading, you have to call get cache user in two places. But it's not like you have to regenerate the query or whatever. So like, I think it's okay. Yeah, the idea is pulling this outside. There's benefits of this too, of pulling it outside of like the general reactive system, because as I said, the preload now actually works, which is really nice. To be fair, okay, I was being mean about the waterfalls, but now picture this scenario. Why are the waterfalls worse on the client than they are on the server? Does anyone stop to think about this for a second? Well, obviously it's freaking round trips, right? Back and forth, it sucks. But why are they so much worse and people have such an issue with it? Because the cache API with deduping, you know, there's probably not that much nesting in local data fetching. Yeah, but the reason you hit it literally every freaking time is because you lazy load routes. So the very first time you go to a route on a page, you can't even fetch the data. You have to wait for the code to fetch, to execute the code to fetch the data. There's an implicit waterfall just because of code splitting. Now, I made a huge deal about this early in my career, but that's because I never had link preloading. If link preloading is actually decent, then, to be fair, it's not really any worse than anything else. Because if the code's already there, then, like, it's kind of like you might be fine in small apps for like the 95% case, right? Like it's kind of like the Next.js argument. Like they're trying to. I was on a discussion with Dan Abramoff for like 2 hours where he was trying to convince me that their approach wasn't innately flawed because of the waterfalls. And like basically if it's good enough for that, then I think it's probably okay that some people, like if preloading works well, I think it's okay that some people are lazy and don't do the right thing. Yeah, loaders definitely fix that, but loaders don't work with server components. So yeah, now we have preloaders. That's basically that's where I'm landing at here. Anyways, back to file system routing. Are any of these options inside here? Like what is this? Like I understand loading is a suspense boundary, this is an error boundary, layout is a parent-child relationship, page is just the page, route is a page that returns different API stuff instead. Templates like a layout, but we needed to make it different because layouts have a certain limitation. Global error are not found is basically a star route. Global error is like throwing an error. Default is interesting because parallel routes I haven't looked into yet. But basically every one of these things is not a part of route configuration. And it's probably like, I think the problem is once you go down this path, like some people have a problem with magic exports, right? And I think Next got burnt really bad by their their exports. They were trying to like remove that stigma. And in a sense, when you have a nice consistent file system, like where you see and every folder you open has page, layout, loading, whatever, you know exactly where the code goes. And, you know, power to you, because now when you open up your project and you go to your local zone, you can see where everything is. Just never search for page. Just don't do that. But, you know, like there's benefits to having this file-based approach with the folders. The problem I have with this is these are kind of your idea of where these things work. What if I have an error that's partially down in the layout, like not top level? Like what if especially the loading states, they're probably not going to be completely top level because like if you want to catch the route above, you actually want the loading above the swap. And if you want to make it granular for streaming, you don't want to just freaking loading the whole thing. You want to load where the pieces are that depend on the data. You want to get the suspense boundaries tight, you know? So yeah, you add your own error boundaries, you add your own suspense boundaries. Yeah, so like, I mean, these are good things to have because if you've already taken the plunge here, like why not? But as I said, it's a very specific opinion. Maybe we can, you know, have some Vinci config to do this, but none of this is really the route config. So, you know, but you got to give Next.js like some props here because honestly, I was thinking about this. I was like, okay, this is my page in Solid that has all these things in it. My page create. Can I shrink this part a bit so that I can get a little bit more on the screen? see if I can, just want to get this a little wider. But yeah, here we go. Create async, fetch user. This is solid, okay? Error boundary, fallback, suspense, fallback, loading, div, some data you're rating. So now the suspense boundary is keyed onto this data, and you're done. Do you know how hard this is to write in React server components? I'm thinking of those. They should, because that's where it belongs. It's basically the top level. So yeah. Although that doesn't speak a good story for NPM modules that do data fetching, which actually I think doesn't make a lot of sense anyway. So moving on. But does anyone, I tried to figure out what this would look like if I wrote this with React server components. This is what I came up with. Your page that you export would have an error boundary in it. And I just stole this one from Brian Vaughn. But you could write your own error boundary class. So this could be a class component. But I'm just going to steal this one to make it most the same. And then I'm going to put a fallback. And then I'm going to put the suspense component in it, because the error has to happen in the child. It can't happen in here, because the way React does re-rendering. And then in here we have the suspense component, and I'm wrapping my page because the await has to happen below the suspense, so I can't put the await up here. So then I made my page component, and then this was an API choice. They could have just done fallback and string or something, but because they this library used a component, I put a separate component here. That doesn't really matter. But picture having to do this. Like, this could never be your default, right? You won't want your end users to write 4 components just to write a page when they're trying to do this. So, like, I get why they went with the file-based routing. Now, this can be in the loading TS. This can be in, error TSX. And this, and you kind of get why you wouldn't ever want to do this with React, but it's because they sort of tied their hands a bit because they can't do this. How does suspense read from the promise? Because it's a signal. So data. So the read happens here, which is underneath this suspense boundary, right? So createAsync creates a async signal, more or less. And then the promise is read under the context of here. So because everything in Solid is wrapped in functions, essentially, it's actually when the suspense calls its props children, it renders this, which then calls this function, which gets the promise out and works. As I said, Solid and React's render model are very different, but it means that component boundaries don't matter like this. You can define some kind of reactive data, and then where you use it is actually in the context of where you use it, even within the same file. You can create signals in a for loop, and they'll have their life cycles and be released properly. Does how Solid handle re-rendering issues? Does Solid have issues like that in React? No, we have different problems. We handle re-rendering issues by not re-rendering, but we have different things. This is a special thing, right? This is a data function. So I guess the equivalent problem in Solid would be someone reading this in a stupid place, because the read is where the await happens, so to speak. Yes, that's all you get. Yeah. To be fair, you can make the same promise above somewhere and then pass it in as props through. But then this is the funny thing. I was looking at APIs like that where you're passing promises through, and we could, and but this is again why async await is just not my model of choice. We're already in signals. Why do I want async await? Async await makes sense on the server because you're used to having promise-based APIs, but it also kind of sucks because it's blocking. Like, it's like you have to do this before you do this, which is fine on the server, but it doesn't work when you have other stuff updating. It's the reason why there's not async await in the client. React might do it in the future in the same way I was talking about compiling this into an async await just for fun, but it has different semantics. Like, how do you handle the code running after or before it when you can have state updates inside an async component? It's weird, right? Like, so I am not on team async await at all. I'm on team this component could be a client component or a server component, and data fetching is not a differentiator. There are things that make a client component or server component different, but data fetching ain't one of them. So this makes a lot of sense, but this, I feel, solves it cleaner. But yeah, honestly, 3 files side by side is probably much preferable than this. In Next.js, you should need the component without the Spencer array bounds and then a loading JS. I'm just saying, like, if Next didn't have the file-based convention, you would be doing this essentially. Like, if there's a reason they designed the API that way. It's a smart move because you wouldn't want your end users to do this. I didn't realize this when I first came up with Solid Suspense design, just how nice this is by comparison, because this can be anywhere, right? Like, it doesn't need to be top level. If you want to go do this stuff somewhere deep, it's really easy. Where in React, like, it's easier because you have the parents in it like already, so you can like jump in and put the suspense wrapper in the parent or whatever. But like you can't just make that decision locally. Yeah, Misko would love if I tried to hijack resumable that way. The funniest thing is this definition of resumable would be probably more understandable by more people. All right. Anyway, my point is that a file-based system router is what Vinci gives us. By using an API like I was showing there, where you're just passing the config out, that's kind of where my mind's at. You can take that API and generate whatever crazy crap you want to. So, you know, this is directionally why I'm thinking. Now that I know what it is, we got to go implement it. But this is what I've been working on. I've been trying to figure out how, like, this stuff takes time. Can you picture, as I said, releasing SolidStart without these changes and then being like, okay, guys, now we're changing it? No, this stuff has to be figured out. So that's where we're at. I'm getting we're not done. We have more work to do in the implementation, but I'm happy where this is going. I think that directionally it touches on the right sort of things and gives the right kind of power. The only casualty here really is the data loader pattern, which I've been using for almost a decade now. I'm a big fan of it. Right from my first routers that I wrote back in 2013 or 14, I've been using something like this data loader pattern. It definitely, sorry, I'm trying to find, it definitely hurts to lose this and move to this caching mechanism. But I'm going to continue working through this a little bit more. This is like the last piece of it. I think this is how you create a universal router. TanStack router still there. Well, yes, that's what I'm opening up to. You can just use TanStack router here. But TanStack router, I don't know if it actually will support server functions. This is why we couldn't merge the efforts yet. I talked to Tanner because I needed to figure out at a fundamental level how this stuff works. So yeah, but this will open up. So some people will just grab SolidStart with TanStack router and ignore all the stuff that I've just been talking about for an hour and maybe prefer the APIs and be happy with that. And I'm happy for them because that will be their choice. But this stuff here, yeah, I think I've figured out what the shape of the future routing looks like. And that is also exciting. All right. Honestly, it's 5. I want to eat food. You should all too. But I'm gonna call it stream. I think. Have you considered a way to lazy load the routes themselves, as in the route map, not just the vendor? Yeah, that is tricky. I've considered a scenario where we could have server and client only routes, like server components. Like routes sections that are server component versus client routes, and like how to play with like hybrid there. But actually, lazy loading the routes is tricky because you don't want it to delay the routing, but you kind of like need to know what. I guess the trick for lazy loading the routes would be analyzing all the links that are on the page, and then like only loading the routes for things that are linked to. Is that would that be the strategy? I'm sorry, I've never actually thought about this. So you like load the page, and then scan the page for all the links, and then load the route configurations for any of those. Right. Because the problem is you need to, when you have client-side routing, you have to be able to match on the client. Yeah. Anyway. The cache is being coupled with the router. Yes. That's the thing. CreateAsync for now is, but it will eventually be core solid. But the cache is basically, I was thinking of just coupling it with the router because that was where the usage was. As I said, you could also just not use this cache mechanism and use solid query. You could use, there's options here, but for now I was just, because there's an argument that none of this is route based, but I think it ties in enough. I will look as I implement it to see if there's opportunities. I said that we don't need the cache core, but there might be reasons to make it core. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah, Facebook has its problems, I asked. Yeah, anyways, thank you everyone. Have a great weekend. Till next time.